Welcome, welcome. We are just getting set up at Largent Bend Pond number 2 outside of Vaughn, Montana. Temperatures have cooled off a little bit today. It was way too hot earlier to to try and fish. So we waited for the weather to cool off a little bit. Hopefully we can get some action. Howdy, howdy, those who are joining. Bear with me for a few minutes here. I am just trying to get set up. Just got to the pond. How's everybody's Sunday going? Let's get the battery set up on the camera before I forget. Oh, somebody popped in, dropped a thumbs up, and then bailed. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Welcome to the live. It's been a few days since I've been live. Mary Turner, hey Rod, wanted to leave you a like and wish you good luck. Appreciate it, thank you. We're just getting set up. Let's see if we can pull some dinks out of the pond today. Appreciate you stopping by. The thumbs up and the support. Hope you're having a great day today. We're gonna try and get some pulls in the water here. Hopefully the stream's stable today. I found a spot that is showing 3 bars, so let's see if we can get it to cooperate. Trying to get pole holders set up. Mary says, of course, I'll leave you playing, working on a crochet project myself. Right on. What are you crocheting? Once upon a time, I learned how to crochet when I was like 10, maybe. My mom taught me. It's been a little while, though. I don't think I could crochet anything anymore. All right. Normally, I use for my Carp Rod, which is the first rod I'm going to get in. Normally, I would be using my bread easy or ready to bake pizza dough dipped in strawberry jello, but I don't know what the heck I did with my bag of it. I looked for it for a few minutes before I left for fishing and couldn't find it. We had a bag of, actually we had 2 bags of hot dog buns. Why, I do not know, but I have nabbed one of them to use for carp bait. It works pretty well. Seems like everybody's got their favorite bait for carp. Mine tends to be bread in most water bodies. I've had a few water bodies that they wouldn't hit on the bread for whatever reason. They like worms or they like corn. But these hot dog buns are fairly squishy still, so they should work decently well. Just rip a hunk off. And the idea is to get a ball wrapped around your hook, so don't try and squish it back onto the crust side. It's not sticky at all. Squish towards the inside. And we're set up on a Hyo Rig as usual. That's what I pretty much always use when I'm carp fishing. And this is a little corky, a floater. It's not really needed, but I don't think it's gonna hurt anything, so we're gonna go ahead and use it. Well, I need to decide. The biggest carp that I've ever pulled out of this pond came right off this corner over here. It was about this time of the year last year, maybe a little later in the season. So I'm gonna launch her over that way. Didn't quite get the distance I was hoping for, but we'll see how that works. And I'm gonna bring in my slack here, loosen my drag up, and find my bell. And welcome those joining. Hope you're having a great Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon. I will be over to chat with you here in just a moment. I'm trying to get some poles in the water so I can catch some fish. All right, we are belled up. Ooh, I got a few people in here. Let's see here. Sorry for my ugly mug in the camera here. I'm trying to read the chat. Mary says, right now, picture quality and audio is great. Thanks, Mary. Appreciate you letting me know. Gustavo Miranda, how you doing? Brazil. Welcome, Gustavo, to the live. I'm doing wonderful. Just getting set up, trying to catch some fish. Fish Buddy said hi. Welcome to the live, Fish Buddy. How you doing today? Staying off the grid, says gay fishing. Gay bearded homosexual. Thank you for your input there, buddy. Kimberly Dale, hey, says hi. Kimberly Dale, welcome to the live. How goes it? Staying off the grid, unnecessary commentary. Oh, indeed it is. Mary, you have been upgraded. I prefer if you don't kick people. Feel free to mute if they're being ridiculous, though. They can watch in silence. I don't get too bent out of shape about people being rude to me. It only bugs me if they're being rude to other people in the chat. The reality is, when it comes to streaming, engagement is engagement. If they're chatting, you know, even if it's nasty, oftentimes that will help with the algorithm. Just because they're saying something. As ridiculous as that is, that's the way it works. Alright, so we are gonna set up this second rig here. I'm not gonna do a high-low rig on the second one. I'm just gonna use a single bobber, and we're gonna use little bits of worm. I think these fish are so small that extra rigging is more of a hindrance than anything else, unfortunately. And we are also going to rig the worms a little differently today. Instead of going in, out, in, out, in, out, I'm going to thread basically the whole worm on, like so. Sometimes it makes it easier for them to steal it, but I think it might actually work better for these little fish. We'll see. Alrighty. Taylor Swift Hater says, have you heard of the YouTuber Hugh James? Welcome to the live, Taylor. Hugh James, that does not sound familiar. Who's Hugh James? Fishing with Cole said hi. Welcome to the live, Fishing with Cole. How you doing? For Crow, what's up, man? How you doing, buddy? We just got set up. We're doing the regular Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening stream here. This pond hates me. We have a bit of a vendetta to settle here, but we're trying. Fishing with Cole, good, I just caught my first trout. Excellent, congratulations. Rainbow trout, brown trout, golden trout, cutthroat trout, what kind of trout? What'd you catch it on? How big was it? Firsts are always fun. I've had so many firsts in fishing these last couple of years. And then I found the app that I use, FishBrain. I've been helping quite a few people in the local area learn how to fish for carp and how to fish for pike. So I've been kind of vicariously experiencing some firsts over again. It's always exciting to see somebody catch their first fish or catch their first, species, fish of a certain species. So even though I don't get to have a first again, it's really cool being able to help people and seeing them get to have their firsts. Brook trout, right on. I have actually never caught a brook trout. We have them all over here in Montana, but the water bodies that I tend to fish in are, I don't really stream fish that often, or canal fish. And that seems to be the smaller water bodies is where the brookies are. One of these days, though, they're one of the prettiest trout there is, in my opinion. Taylor Swift hater. His name sounds like a sentence that starts with huge. Okay. Crow says everyone smash that like button. Appreciate it, Crow. Thumbs up helps if y'all want to support the channel. It gets YouTube to recommend my channel to more people. We'll get more people in the live. Mr. Nobody says, any favorite lures? I'm a big Maps fan. Depends on what I'm fishing for, Mr. Nobody. And welcome to the live, by the way. One of my favorite things to fish for is northern pike. And I am a big fan of crankbaits for pike. Crankbaits, jerkbaits. Meps, Meps are kind of one of those lures. They're a good lure to have in your tackle box because they're kind of a universal lure. You can catch all kinds of stuff on Meps, anywhere from the more aggressive fish to the more timid fish, like trout, rainbow trout, for example. You catch bass off them, walleye off them. They're good, but I like crankbaits. One of my favorite crankbaits that I've been throwing the last couple of years is called Bandit. Bandit is the company, but the 100, 200, and 300 series. They're 100's a shallow diving crankbait, the 300's a deep diving crankbait. But I like to use those for pike. Fishing with Cole says, I was in a hidden river fishing with pink jig head with a white jig. Pink jig head, huh? I've heard those work really well for crappie. I've never caught a trout off a jig head. I've caught them off all sorts of things, but never a jig head. Oily, welcome. You've been in here a few times and you still are speaking a language. I'm sorry, buddy. I wish I could understand you. I don't speak, I speak English. Only English. So, if you're trying to talk to me in some other language, maybe pop it into Google Translate and drop it into the chat. Oh, we got some bass jumping over there. Mr. Nobody says, I use a crawdad crankbait for bass and it produces so well. I do have a couple of crawdad cranks. I've never caught anything off of them. I got a buddy that throws the same, it's a Rebel Craw. There's a couple of different variants of it. He catches every dang thing off that lure. I've thrown it a few times and I haven't so much as gotten a bite off of it. But it should, I mean, almost every fish I've opened up in the last couple of years, their belly's full of nothing but crawdads, so I would imagine it should work pretty well. Fishing with Cole says, yeah, they do work good for crappie. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check my tackle box. I have a lot of different colors of jigs. I don't know if I own any pink jigs. I might have to pick some up. Mary says, I'll translate hold. Appreciate it, Mary. He's been in here a couple of times. He chats a bunch, but I can never understand what he's saying. And I don't think he understands me because I keep asking him to speak English, and he continues to speak whatever it is. Bouncer, Slab, Real Nature. What's up, Bouncer? Welcome back to the live. How you doing? Doing good. We're just getting set up. We've been fishing 15 minutes or so. I got one carp, as usual, one carp pull in the water and another one just with a worm. We're doing a bobber today. We're seeing if we can get something to munch. I need to go get my bucket and flip it over so I can sit down. I feel like an old man here, crouching over trying to read the chat. Bouncer says, I stopped by to see how things are going. Going well. Had a great day today. Filleted some fish that I caught over the weekend. Went to the dump. I slept in. It's been a good Sunday. It was really, really hot today. We were upwards of 100 degrees, so I try not to do too much outside today. But it's cooled off quite a bit. I think we're in maybe mid 80s right now. So I figured we'd pop out here and stream for a little while. Silly Salmon says, hey Mary. Hey Silly, welcome to the live. How you doing? Welcome back. Kimberly Dale says, hey, welcome to the live, Kimberly. How's your Sunday treating you? Bouncer says, any good fishing? We've only been set up for 15 minutes here. I haven't had, looks like the bobber might be getting a few nibbles. Probably bluegill or turtle harassing it. Had a really, really good day fishing on Friday though. I took the day off and we took the boat out to Pishkin Reservoir and I think we caught 12 northern pike. And I got some really cool footage. That's, I think, I'm most excited about, which is crazy because I caught, you'd think I'd be excited that I caught the biggest pike I've ever caught out of that reservoir. But I'm more excited so I got a bunch of underwater camera footage. And I posted two shorts today of the follow cams and a couple of catch cams. It's a new toy of mine that I've been playing around with. Man, it is so fun. It captures such cool footage. If y'all like underwater cameras, hit up my the couple of shorts that I posted today, and I have a couple from last week as well that are underwater camera footage of pike and trout. It's so cool to see them following the lures and attacking. I'm falling behind on the chat here. Mary says, hey Josh, how's your day going? Bouncer says, do you recycle? I recycle aluminum. That's about it. Silly Salmon says, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Silly, it's been a great day, great weekend. Not excited to go to work tomorrow, but we're enjoying the last little bit of freedom here. we can. Kimberly says, how long you been fishing? I started fishing when I was probably like 5, so we're going on, I don't know, 30, 35, 37 years. A long time. What? Diabolical Duty says, what state? We are located in Montana, central Montana. This is just outside of Vaughn or Great Falls. Bouncer asks, did you get any eaters? Yeah, I have a whole bunch of pike in my freezer already, but I was trying some new lures that were doing really, really well. It's the Rapala original floater. They're a stick bait or a jerk bait. But I'm using the biggest version of them, trolling with them, and they got 3 freaking giant treble hooks on them, and I had a hell of a time getting it out of the fish without hurting them. So I ended up with 4 out of the 12 that were gill hook. They just ate it. So I ended up bringing 4 home to eat, which I filleted up today. Ballisti, please. Hello from Albania. Wow, far, far away land. Welcome from Albania. Welcome to the live. Bouncer says, we did get some awesome last Tuesday. 3 of us caught over 175 perch and a dozen crappies. Only kept about 20 total. That is a crap load of perch, my friend. That's fun. Days like that where you just slam it over and over and over again. Do you get any decent sized perch there? Most of the water bodies around here that we catch perch in, they're, 6 to 9 inches, a really big perch in most of the water bodies that I fish. And to me, it's too small. They're fun to catch, but I don't ever keep them. Too much work to to clean them up for not enough meat. C&M Custom Sign says, why do they call it mankind when we all know man ain't? I don't know, man. That's a good question. What the heck is that? Did y'all just see that ripple in the water? That might have been a big carp. Something was lurking and moving over the water, or under the water, right under the surface. Let's adjust. Where the hell's my other line there? All right, toss our pole over there and see if we can entice whatever the heck that was into biting. Drama says hello. Hey, Drama. Welcome. You were in SoCal's live earlier, I think. Welcome. How you doing? Pouncer says we had to go get minnows 3 times. We in my fishing district, we can't use live bait anywhere. We can use minnows, but you gotta kill them first. Which kind of irritates me. Mama Cookie said hi. Welcome to the live, Mama Cookie. How you doing? Silly says if you use crappy man jigs, you won't have to get any minnows. That's right. He makes some really cool looking jigs. That's who I should hit up. If I don't have any pink jigs in my tackle box, I might have to hit up. How do y'all say it? Crappy or crappie? I've always said crappy, and I think it's wrong. I think most people say crappie. But I call him crappy man. Bouncer says, yes, many 11, 12 inchers. Kept some nice ones. Wow. Yeah, I've never caught a perch that big. Bouncer says, I've fished with crappie magnet jigs for 10 years and nothing else comes close. I will have to check them out. Drama doing really well, thank you. Sunrise says, hi, how's it going on today? Welcome to the live, Sunrise. Doing good. Just got set up fishing here. We haven't had any action yet, but the day is still young. We still got a few hours of daylight here. Crappie. Okay. Yeah, it's one of them things I'm gonna have to burn into my brain because I've been saying crappie for years. Bouncer slab. I have gulp minnows for backup. I'm not trying anything else until I can't catch fish. It's the way to do it. I mean, if you know it works, throw it until you catch something, or you get so fed up that you got to move on to something else. But I think that's a problem a lot of people have is they throw a lure or something for 5 minutes and they want to switch to the next one. 5 minutes, switch to the next one. And I mean, I would spend so much time changing my rigs up. I'll throw something for a solid hour before I'm like, all right, they ain't having it. Sometimes even longer, depending on what I'm fishing for. There are a few pike spots that I'll throw the same lure all dang day because I know there's lunkers there and I know that they've bit on that before. But everybody fishes their own way. Skeeter says, hello everyone. Hey Skeeter, welcome to the live. How you doing? Mama Cookie says we call him crappy as well. All right. Yeah, I've always called him crappy, and I think most of the people that I know call them crappy, which is why I call them crappy. But I think over in the East Coast or maybe the Southeast, they call them crappie. Maybe the Southern accent. I don't know. Bouncer says crappie magnet jigs when it's warm out and trout magnet jigs in the spring. Perfect. Man, if you got it dialed in that well and you can just flip between 2 separate, lure setups and it works for you, all the more power to you. The less you got to carry around in your tackle box and worry about fussing with, the more time you get to spend fishing. Bouncer says I've caught some 34-inch pike on crappie magnet jigs, but the hooks do bend frequently. The biggest pike I've ever caught, the 42-incher, it was a little over 22 pounds. I caught it off I think it was one of the googly eye jigs, chartreuse. Or no. Yeah, chartreuse with a white swim tail on the back of it. Paddle tail. I've got a few other nice pike off jigs, but normally I throw crankbaits for them. Crankbaits or jerkbaits. Some days I run through the gauntlet though. I don't know. Sometimes pike are picky. Pike will eat almost anything. You could throw. I mean, I got a video that I posted a month ago. I caught a pike off of a bread ball. I mean, they're just ridiculous. They'll eat anything. The lure camera, the follow cameras that I've been posting, they half the time they're attacking the camera. They don't even care about the fancy lure that I'm running. They're attacking, you know, a freaking 3-inch black camera. It's got a red light on it, or a green light on it. I'm honestly considering modding my camera to put a freaking a hook on it. Sunrise says, did you catch any boss? Sunrise, no, we have not yet. We've been fishing, what, the stream's live 26 minutes, so about 20 minutes. No fish yet. Chartreuse seems great for just about any sport fish. You're right, chartreuse is a kind of a universal color. I don't know why they like it so much. I think it just stands out against the stained waters that a lot of us fish in. 310 Man Ruth says fishing. Said hi. Welcome to the live, 310 Man Ruth. Yep, we are trying to catch something here. I'm hopeful, but you never know. This spot skunks me sometimes. Skeeter says, cheers everyone, just stopping by to give a thumbs up. Appreciate it, Skeeter. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate the support. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Abraham Rothermel says, just got here. What are you fishing for? Hey, Abraham. Welcome to the live. We have one pull out for carp with bread balls and another pull out just with a bobber and a worm. And we're going to see what bites on that. Maybe bass, maybe bluegill, maybe sucker, maybe trout. There's lots of different things in this pond. Josie, welcome to the live. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Weasel said back. How you doing, Weasel? 310 Man Ruth says I just subbed to your channel. Appreciate it, 310 Man Ruth. Thanks for the support. All the way from Washington, D.C. You are on the other side of the country, my friend. We're over here in Montana. That's where we're coming from. I wonder what color they see when it's chartreuse. I gotta look. It gotta look good to them. Bouncer, you know, I have watched a handful of videos on fish's eyes and the color spectrums they see, and I swear every time I watch it, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna remember that. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, what did they say again? I literally don't remember. But all I do remember is there's a limited spectrum of color they see, and most of the colors that humans see are outside of that spectrum. So the whole like lure color is important is one of the, it's kind of a myth of fishing. It's more so light colors versus dark colors, not so much the reds versus the pinks versus the greens. It's just light versus dark, if my memory serves me correctly from what I got out of what I was reading. Mama Cookie says anything that bites. That is the truth. That is what the pole I'm holding in my hand is, the anything that bites pole. Josie says we've been getting rain off and on all day. I'll be back soon. Gotta wash this cake off. All right, well, I appreciate you stopping in, Josie. We'll be live for a few hours here. So we'll be hanging out if you swing back through. Mary, I've been napping. Yeah, I wanted to do that all day. I did sleep in a little bit today at least. Nobody really. CS says, here's the commercials. Take 1 second out of the day and hit subscribe button. Leave us a comment and please hit that like button. Your support is appreciated. Thanks, and nobody. Appreciate the support there. We've been having pretty good live streams lately. A lot of participation, a lot of new users, heck of a lot of new subscribes, which is always cool. Outfish says, hey somebody, hey Josie, hey Outfish, welcome to live. How you doing, buddy? No fishing today for you? Bouncer says, okay, bouncing around, have a wonderful evening. That's what you do, Bouncer. Thanks for stopping by. We'll be hanging out if you want to swing back through, but you have a great rest of your evening as well otherwise. Denny Blazer says, good day, man. Hey, Denny. Welcome, welcome. Where are you from, Denny? Outfish says bouncer, bouncer says outfish. Andrea Brielle says hi there. Hey, Andrea. Welcome to the live. How you doing? Outfish says no rest up for work week. I'll fish after work through the week. I gotcha. Fishing can be, it's fun, but it's also can be super draining. Sitting out there, that's like this weekend fishing out, trolling on the boat. It was fairly cool in the morning. You're up in the Rocky Mountain front. Dang, they stole my worm. So the mornings are chilly. It was like in the 40s when we got to the lake. So we froze for the first couple hours, but then as the sun starts coming out, it quickly switched from, you know, mid to high 40s into the mid to high 80s, and then I think we probably got up into the 90s. It was rather toasty, but sitting out in that sun all day, just, oh God, it just takes the energy. You don't really feel it until you get out of the boat, into the truck, and start to drive home, and whew. Talk about a dead battery. They stole my worm. I didn't feel a bite. Freaking bluegill or ninjas. Outfish says my knee is sore in all honesty. Oh man, you twist your knee? I have a, God, I feel like a geriatric saying this, but my hip hurts some days. Like, damn man, why does my hip hurt? I didn't even do anything. Oh, the joys of getting old, man. I tell you. Wake up and every day something new hurts and you just don't quite understand why. But hope you feel better, Outfish. Take it easy for a few days. Denny Blazer says, was it bad bouncer? Oh, you're talking about the floods. Andrea says hi to Denny. Denny says hi Mary. Hi Andrea. Andrea, what are we out here fishing for though? We usually, this pond I fish usually at least a couple of times a week. It's just right down from my house. We usually always have one pole out for carp. I'm trying to catch the pond lunker here. I'm trying to catch one over 10 pounds. And then the pole that I have in my hand is kind of just my bullshit, my anything pole. There's trout in here, there's bass, there's white sucker, there's bluegill, there's pumpkin seed, gold eyes, gold shiners, a myriad of different things. We're hoping to lure a little bass out or something, but we'll see. Ensign Jacqueline says, excellent uncle. Am I uncle in this context? I don't understand what you're saying. I'm going to say thank you. Mary Turner says, hey Andrea. Denny says, wow man, I've seen it up to Route 22. Ensign says, throw uncle. I just threw my, oh, there's a bite. Did I get him? Man, I need to quit setting the hook so hard. I swear I'm just ripping lips here. I keep forgetting that this pond is full of dinks. Outfish says, testing it because I have to mask it through my work days. Oh man. Injuries suck, but take it easy. Hopefully you'll feel better soon. Ooh. There we go. Oh, we got a carp on the line, folks. Bell, and the bell is not coming off. Oh, please tell me he's still there. There we go, there's the bell. Oh yeah, he's still there. There we go. Decent size. Not a monster. I don't think it's the pond lunker, but we definitely... Oh, and I did not bring my net. And we are pulling it through a weed bed here, so... Yeah, it's just a little guy. It's the weeds that I'm feeling here. That's not too bad. We've been on fishing for, oh, half an hour. Good Lord, this is a baby. I have caught smaller carp here. Some of the smallest carp I've ever caught here this year. Nothing big. Maybe a couple pounds. Let's get the veggies off here and take a look. Finally got a carp on the stream for you guys. I guess I've had a couple of them. All right. Chill. You be chill and I will be gentle. There we go. Very nice. So this looks like a male to me. So you guys see how the front end of the fish is fatter than the back end of the fish? Normally the males are shaped like that. So you got a fat head and a skinny tail. The females tend to be more uniform shaped all the way across their body, and they have big fat bellies. This one, clean hook, poked it through the nose, a little bit of blood, but he will be just fine. You don't keep them, do you? No, the carp, they just go back. I'm gonna take a quick picture for Fish Brain. If y'all use it, or don't use it, it's a wonderful app. Track your catches on it, track what you catch things with. You can see other people's catches in the area. But if you're on there, you can look me up. It's fishbrain.com/angler/Vox, VOX, or on the app on iPhone or Android, you can just look me up at Vox, VOX. But we are gonna let this little guy go. Outfish us, what are you using for bait? Today I am just using hot dog buns, actually. If you can find fresh hot dog buns that are still super doughy, super squishy, they work really, really well. I'll show you in a moment here, Ontario. Rigging it up. It's one of the simplest baits you can use. And in a lot of water bodies, it's one of the most effective baits that I've found for carp. You can catch them on a lot of different things. Corn, pack baits. I've caught them off hot dogs, string cheese, worms. But my go-to is usually some form of bread. I have my best luck, not only more carp, but bigger carp with bread. I'm just grabbing a hunk of my hot dog bun here, and we'll bring it back and I'll show you guys how I rig this up. All right. Yeah. Bouncer said something just surfaced in front of you before it hit. It surfaced, then it went down for the bait. Oh, I didn't see that, guys. I'll have to look back on the live afterwards. I was chatting with you, not paying any attention. But thanks for... I appreciate when people tell me stuff like that. It's always cool to go back and look at stuff that I missed. And I tried getting you guys a little bit closer to the water today. This particular fishing spot, like, I wandered around for a solid 45 minutes the other day, and there's like, you take 2 steps in one direction and you get 1 bar, but you take 2 steps back the other direction and you get 3 bars, and it stays there. So like, you guys are like in the sweet spot. And if I move my camera in any direction, you know, a foot one way or another, I drop down to 2 bars or 1 bar, and then my stream starts spazzing. So that's as close to the water as I can get you for right now. All right, cleaned up all the lettuce and veggies off my line here. All right, so we'll show you the rig. And this is what I always fish with for carp. It's called a high-low rig. So you have your main line. It's a 30-pound braided line. I use Advantex Super line. So it's your main line. I have just a protection bead to protect the end of my pole so I don't damage my eye. A swivel and a clip, and that's my main line. And then from it, I attach, it's called a high-low rig. They're made for saltwater fishing, but I use them for carp and catfish and various other things. It's a steel leader. It's about 32 inches in length. And on that steel leader, there's 2 standoffs. They call it a high-low rig. This is your high standoff. It's just a stainless steel metal bar. And I have anywhere from like an 8 to a 12-inch fluorocarbon leader. Ignore the little corky. That's for trout and other species that don't feed on the bottom. I just haven't taken it off. It doesn't seem to bother the carp. And whatever hook works. This is a bait hook. This one's, I think, like a size number 1 or a 2. The second standoff, which is about 12 to 14 inches from the top one, so you're low in the high-low rig, as again, same thing, 12 to, 8 to 12 inch leader, however long you want it. And this one's got like a 1/0 or a 2/0 bait holder hook on it. And then your final clip on the bottom of it just carries a sinker. So we're allowed to fish 2 hooks. I like to fish 2 hooks, especially with carp. Your bait is fragile. It falls off, turtles steal it, etc. But again, I just have hot dog bun, and I rip off an appropriate size for the size of hook that I'm using. And with breads like this that have an outer crust, I don't form the ball first. I actually form it around my hook. And you kind of just pinch it around. And you don't have to worry too much using a small piece like this of leaving a gap on the hook. This stuff turns into just absolute mush a few seconds in the water. The main idea here is just to get it compressed and packed against itself so it's going to survive the cast. But just a hunk. And we'll do the same thing on the second hook here. And don't be afraid of using a giant piece either. I mean, as it sits in the water and soaks. So again, I'm just taking my hook here. I'm literally just sandwiching it in and pressing it flat. When I have more doughy bread that doesn't have a crust on it, I form it into a ball first. Like a sphere, poke it in the center gently, and then I kind of football it around the shaft of the hook. But when I'm using anything that's got a crust on it, I basically just make a pizza. So your hook is completely hidden. They don't see any of the gear, they just see a piece of bread. But again, it gets so soft once it goes in the water that it easily, as soon as they bite on it, it pulls the hook right through the bread. And I'm trying to get it kind of off that point there, still not far enough. I need to throw a little bit heavier sinker on here so I can cast this guy out further. But there's towards the corner of this point here, there's one of the lowest parts in this pond, and I like to try and get it right at the edge of that. Those carp seem to swim around the high side of it. I don't know what they're doing, chasing stuff, but I've had the best luck when I get it not in the deepest part, but basically on the ledge of the deepest part. Tighten my drag up, or loosen my drag up, sorry, and get rid of my slack here. Get just a slight bend on the tip of your pole, and then you can see when it hits. All right, I'm probably a year behind here on comments. I'm gonna quickly scroll through here. Andrew asks, what are your thoughts on catfish? So because I like to fish out some flathead. I love catfishing. We have channel cats around here that get quite large. I think our state record's like 37 pounds. I caught one last month that was a little over, it was about 14 and a half, almost 15 pounds. Really nice channel cat. Mama asks you don't keep them, do you? No, I don't keep carp. They're just, I catch them, I get a picture, and I send them back on their way. Bear with me a moment, I'm trying to scroll through comments here, making sure I don't miss anything. Friend Spy, welcome to the live. Outfish Ontario says I have a couple of those. I think, are you talking about the high-low rigs? So it's good for walleye and pike too. Yeah, if you're ever using like dead baiting or ledgering, it's perfect. It's a really good setup for a lot of different fish. Sometimes it's not great. It is a lot of hardware. If you're fishing for like smaller fish, it can be a hindrance. Because it's hard to feel the bites when you're dealing with, you know, this 32 inches of steel leader and a sinker, and you know it's a lot to feel through for your bites. But for bigger species of fish, I recommend them. They're wonderful. And while we were catching that carp and baiting up, something stole our worm again. So the bullshit pull here, I always hold in my hand these little fish. If you don't set the hook as soon as they bite, they're just gonna steal your worm. They rarely ever hook themselves. Drama says carp is so good to eat. Really? I've never tried it. I've heard people say it's wonderful, that it's just bony. I've never had the desire to really find out. There are a couple of species of fish that I catch plenty of that I really like to eat, so I don't need to eat carp. Super fun to catch though. They're probably top 3 for me for favorite species to target. Should have weighed and measured that one. It was so small though. Normally I don't bust out the scale on the tape unless it's either fat or long, or preferably both. Ensign says, Fizz, how you doing, Ensign? Welcome back. Michaela Shearer says, hey, do you remember me? Yeah, Michaela, welcome back. How you doing? We're just chilling. We've been out here, 48 minutes the stream's been going, so we've been fishing for about 40 minutes. We've landed one small carp so far. How's your day going, Michaela? 26 thumbs up. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. All the thumbs up and the subscribes. It's awesome. And I did post today 2 pretty cool shorts. If y'all want to check them out, I got a new underwater camera. And got some really cool footage of pike following and pike biting at the lure, pike biting at the camera. Pike actually, you know, landing pike. But I posted 2 shorts today, which are just short compilations of those videos. Really neat though. Michaela says, I tested my new fishing pole and it was so fun and I got a big pike. That's awesome, Michaela. Yeah, I remember it was your birthday and you got your new fishing pole. And you got a big pike. How big was it? Pike is my favorite fish to fish for. Ooh. Oh, am I gonna have to switch over to micro hook here? I'm just being harassed by the dinks. Oh, that's so awesome, Michaela. I'm glad you were able to go out and use your new pole and that you were able to catch something with it. Alright, I'm gonna set this pole down for 1 second and I gotta go grab my bucket to sit on. Oh, my knees hurt kneeling trying to read the camera. In fact, let me just bring this stuff over here. I don't know why I got this stuff set so far away. I'll just bring her over. All right, we got a chair. What did I do with my soda? There it is. All right, we're gonna sit and relax for a few. Michaela says a 10-pound. I posted it on YouTube. Oh, really, Michaela? Do me a favor, Michaela. Go to one of my videos and leave a comment or something, and when I get off my live, I will come find your channel and I'll watch your video. I caught this weekend a 9.9 pound pike. It's the biggest one I had ever pulled out of that reservoir. 10-pound plus pike are nice. They're so fun to fight. Is that the first pike you caught? Haywood says, howdy fishing friend. I just got back from fishing the Delaware River. I didn't catch a thing all day until my last cast and I got a tiny bass the size of my lure. It was still a blast. Oh, it's rough going out and spending a day fishing and not catching anything, but hey, a dink is still a fish, and in my book that's a good day fishing. At least we got our skunk out for today. We've only been here a little less than an hour, and we managed to catch one small carp so far. We're trying to see what else we can lure out of the pond here. Is that what you were fishing for on the Delaware River, was bass? Ensign says, is that a coffee cup? I can't tell. Amy says, at least you weren't skunked, right? Oh, even if you do get skunked, I still enjoy going out and sitting next to the water. Every once in a while, I mean, it's frustrating getting skunked, but the longer I fish, the less bent out of shape I get when I get skunked. When I was younger, I used to get so mad when I'd get skunked. I'd pick out the perfect spot and bring all the perfect lures and try so hard to catch fish, and it was very upsetting when I didn't catch anything. But then you realize that it's not that big of a deal. Some days they bite, some days they don't. Haywood says, I was trying to catch anything that would bite. See, now that's a good game plan, honestly. Some days I go out and I'm like, I am going to catch this, or I'm going to catch that, and it always seems to be when I set goals like that, halfway through the day it switches to, can we get anything to bite? And I think if we just started the day like that, and oh, good God, did you see that? I think we got a fish on there, but I literally just launched him out of the water. It's a little bluegill. He was pretty acrobatic. You guys saw that, right? He jumped 3 feet out of the water. You guys got to vouch for me. You saw it. All right. So we got just a little bluegill, and this is pretty much as big as they get in this pond. And this is what's constantly stealing my damn baits. Oh my God. Yeah, we got part of his lip on there. Catfish bait. No, we're not allowed to use bluegills for bait here in Montana, or at least not in Central Fishing District. All right, we kept our worm. I really gotta try not to set the hook so hard. It's a bad habit. I'm not used to fishing for dinks. Amy says, I'll take a bad day of fishing over a good day lazy at home. Damn straight, I am with you on that one. I always say any day fishing is a good day. I don't know what it is about fishing that does it for me. Oh, my lure is swimming. Swim, swim, swim. Come on. He's just swimming with it. It hasn't gone under the water. He's taking her for a lap, I guess. No, it stopped. It dropped it. William says, where are you? I am located in central Montana. This pond is called Largent Bend Pond, and it's just outside of a small town called Vaughn, Montana. Get it? I think I got another dink. Maybe. Nope, but he got my worm. Stinker. Ensign says, what even is that? What is that emoji? I don't understand. Scarlett's daddy says I caught a monster 7-pound, 4-ounce striped largemouth today. That's a good sized fish. What though is a striped largemouth? I've heard of largemouth. Is striped largemouth a separate species? Is it a strain of largemouth? I don't know if I've ever heard of a striped largemouth. I think I've heard of a striped bass. Is that just short for striped largemouth? It says was an absolute behemoth. Yeah, that's a big a big bass, no matter what species of bass. Chase Duke says, can you give my mom a shout out? She has cancer. Chase, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Shout out to your mom. Hope she gets better, man. Scarlett's daddy says, just had a stripe going down the body. Okay. So it's just, it is a largemouth. It's just the coloration of it. So that's probably a specific strain of carp, or excuse me, bass. And I know you guys can't see where I just cast that, but there's some structure over on this side of the tree that sometimes the bigger bass hang out there. That's what I'm trying to pull out here, is one of these chunky bass that live over in this corner of the pond. Chase says, thanks, you made my day. Oh, anytime, Chase. Hang in there. You tell your mom to hang in there, too. Oh, good Lord. I set every hook anticipating a monster bass here, and they're all dinks. Oh, what the heck? That was... So the slack of my line is laying in the water there, and a fish just bit my line in the water right off the shore. Fish are not very smart. I don't know, man. These bluegill, they're something else. So it looks like a bunch of people are streaming right now. I know SoCal was streaming. Anybody know if he managed to catch anything over there? I left his stream a couple hours ago to finish filleting my pike that I caught over the weekend. I had to do a couple other things, and then I decided to go fishing, so I didn't get a chance to see if he caught anything. And I think Skipjack Cindy might have just went live, and I think Crappie Man Jigs is live as well. So if any of y'all are popping through the lives, tell them I said hi. How's everybody's Sunday going? 34 likes, appreciate y'all, thank you. Just a reminder, I posted 2 really cool shorts today. If y'all get bored and want to check out some underwater camera action, we got some pike follows and pike strikes on camera on Friday when I went. And normally I won't toot my own horn on my videos because most of my videos suck, but my underwater camera videos are the bomb. Check them out. Jimmy Alyssa White said hi. Welcome to the live, Jimmy Alyssa White. How you doing? Where are you from, Jimmy? We got some bubblies surfacing right next to the bobber over here. Ancine Jacqueline says drink. Yeah, I brought a couple of Mountain Dews with me. Ooh, those are big bubblies right next to my lure. Stop being bubbly and enjoy the meal that I'm presenting for you here, sir. Do any of y'all have a pond near where you live that you like to fish? This is one of my favorite spots to come. It's just a small pond. It's only a couple acres. Or actually, I'm sorry, it's about 6 acres. Small pond though. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Been trying for a few years now to pull a trout out of here. They're apparently in here. Jimmy says Florida do a lot of softshell turtle fishing, bass, crappie, things like that over near Okeechobee near the Hardy Pond Canal off 78 right now. Standing over in North Fort Myers area, Florida. Okay. I spent, when I was much younger, I spent about 3 months visiting my parents in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area, so I know right about where you're at. We had a blast down there fishing in the bays and off the bridges. Caught all sorts of, every time you'd pull in the line, you'd catch something different. There were these really neat catfish that we were catching. We kept catching a bunch of different kinds of puffer fish. I pulled in it was like a 4-foot stingray off a bridge while I was down there. Ensign says, I like fishing. Ensign, I do too. I love fishing. It's one of my favorite things to do. Jimmy says 6 acres sounds like a very healthy lake. It's a good sized pond. It really is. It's not deep. That's the only thing that drives me crazy about it, is almost all of it is like 2 to 3 feet deep. There's a couple of spots like this corner over here by the point. There's kind of a bowl right on this side of it that goes down 8 to 12 foot. And then over in front of the dock, over to the right here where you can't see, is another hole that goes about 6 foot. And then there's another island that's just like this, and off the point it goes about 8 to 10 foot. And then over on the other side, there's a few holes in here, but I wish there was more variance, more structure, more something. Bob, it sounds like you should probably seek medical help, and telling a random YouTube chat that probably is not going to garner you much help. Just saying, buddy. Jimmy says, yeah, lots of good fishing out here. Matt Lakey, Bucelius, Sandbeal, lots of good saltwater fishing also down near Highway 29 and 41. Lots of spillways to fish cat, snook, everything. Yeah, it's been so long since I fished down there, I couldn't tell you anywhere specifically that we fished. I just know that me and my brothers, while we were down there, drove around, and anywhere that looked like it might be good fishing, we stopped. And we had a hell of a time. Clear water. You're not dealing with, because you're on the Gulf side, so you don't have the big waves. Fairly clear water. Man, we'd have fun. The lobsters and crabs and stuff grabbing onto the bait, and they'd pick at it and hold on to it the whole way you're dragging it in. We'd see who could manage to pull one in without it letting go. We caught a couple of them. Most of them, they're smart though. As soon as you got to the edge of wherever you're fishing the bank, they just let go. Devil asks, were you fishing? Yeah, we're fishing right now. We got a carp pole in the water, and I have a bobber with a worm, trying to see what else we can convince to come out and play. We've got a couple of bluegill and one carp. Thanks for the hearts, the thumbs up, the reactions y'all are giving. Appreciate that. Any activity in the chat helps YouTube send more people in here. I think there's quite a few live fishing streams up right now. Hey Wood, welcome back. How you doing? Oh god, I hate these weeds at the edge here. I swear, one of these times I'm gonna bring a trimmer and knock them down. Every time I come here, I tangle trying to bring my line in. Jimmy says we do most of our fishing in the Cape Coral area lately, just catching largemouth bass, lots of warmouth bluegill. See, when I was there, we didn't do any freshwater fishing. We only fished out of the ocean. There was something, and it's been a long time since I remember, but there's something in Florida, or just that general area in Florida, that you don't need a fishing license if you're fishing from the shore and in the ocean. And we were only down there for such a short period of time that we took advantage of that. But we were having so much fun fishing out of the ocean that I don't think you can. Ooh, there's the bobbers starting to move. I'm swimming around with it. But we had such a blast fishing in the ocean that we didn't even think about doing freshwater fishing. Random thing says, can you say goo goo gaga? I just said it. Goo goo gaga. To catch the crabs, most of the time we use a piece of chicken bone that hasn't been cooked. meat removed or not. And they'll actually hold on to that even if you pluck them out of the water. We used a bunch of different baits when we were down there, and they'd grab on, and you could see them. The water's clear the whole way you're reeling it in, and they're just picking away, you know, in a mad fury. And as soon as you'd get them close to the shore, they'd just let go, float back down. Oh, these freaking fish! Stop biting the line in the water. Why are bluegill so dumb? Just tie a piece of twine on it. Most of the time they won't let it go. That's funny. I don't know how to pronounce your name. We're gonna just call you AH. Fishing is cool. Hi from UA. Fishing is cool. I enjoy it very much. And hello from Montana. I'm gonna toss this over by this cover behind the tree here. After we put a new worm on, because I stole our worm again. Man, I need to fish with some rubber baits or something. These guys just constantly steal my worms. I had a package, or a container of worms that sat in my cooler for 3 days on the ice and was just, I mean, all my ice had melted. It was still super cold, but I pulled it out today and figured they were all drowned and dumped it in my yard so my garbage can didn't stink. And I looked at it a few minutes later and they were all wiggling around still. They'd been floating in water for the better part of 2 days, and it did not seem to bother them. Oh, I'm gonna get tangled here. Devil says, I'm new to fishing. What time do you think, what do you think I should start with? Are you freshwater fishing or saltwater fishing? I'm not much help when it comes to saltwater fishing. But freshwater fishing, it really just depends on what you're fishing for, what you want to catch. But the universal, like what I'm holding in my hand right now, is kind of the go-to universal fishing rig, and it'll catch almost anything that's in any water body. It's just a plain sinker, or excuse me, a bobber, and then a split shot weight, which goes on the line below the bobber, and then 8 to 12 inches of line and a hook. And then you put on your hook a worm. Almost any fish out there, any species of fish will eat a worm. And it's a really good way to learn. And you just hold your pole in your hand like I am, and you can jiggle it in the water a little bit, reel in your slack. You can slowly reel it and drag it across the water, or you can simply just throw it out there and watch for your bobber to sink. But bobber fishing is probably one of the simplest and most effective fishing methods that there is. But there are lots of different ways that you can fish. I mean, you can bottom fish. So like this pole over here, I'm carp fishing. That one sits on the bottom. It's got a sinker at the very bottom of the rig and then 2 hooks that come off, and I just have bread squished on the hooks. Really effective bait to catch carp. And carp are in nearly any freshwater body in America. And they're one of the funnest species to fish for. I don't ever eat them, but they get really, really big and they're really fun to catch. Big Fish Central asks, how are you fishing for them? So big fish, the pole with the bell on it here that's sitting up in the pole holder, that's for carp. We have a Hyo Rig on there, which is a steel leader, and it's got two T's, two solid arms that come off of it, and then there's like a 8-inch leader off of each of those, a hook, and just a hot dog bun mushed around the hook on both of them. And that'll catch a carp all day, every day at almost any water body that's got them. This pole is kind of my everything pole, and I'm just fishing with a bobber, a split shot weight, and like a 12-inch leader of fluorocarbon and a worm. Outfish asks, you ever heard of a Mad Tom catfish rod? Yes, I have. We have a handful of Mad Tom species here in Montana and in the Pacific Northwest. Mad Tom, from what I understand, is there's a, oh God, I think when I was looking it up, there's like 6 or 10 different kinds of Mad Tom catfish. Most of them are pretty small. They're very similar. We have a fish here called a stone cat, which is just like a little tiny, super cute. They're, I think, probably the cutest catfish species there is. But Mad Toms look a lot like a stone cat. They're almost like a bullhead, but more uniform shape all the way across their body. They're not like tadpole-y like a bullhead is. Bullhead tend to have the fat head and it goes back to a skinny tail. Mad Toms and the stone cats are more like almost like an eel. You know, they're just skinny, and they have, I think most of them have rounded tails rather than forked tail at the back. They're violent little fish. I don't think I've ever caught one. The stone cats, they're a fairly rare catch here. It's one of the only native catfish species here in Montana. And I had caught a few of them over the years, and I always just thought that they were either baby channel cats or a weird looking bullhead. But I had caught one last year, and I spent like 3 or 4 days looking through pictures on the internet before I realized that this fish that I catch every once in a while, it's not a bullhead, and it's definitely not a baby channel. They're cool though. They're really cute. Stone at Mad Tom. Maybe that's what it was. The stone cat is part of the Mad Tom family. Ensign, yes, I do. I smoke like a chimney sometimes when I fish. Bad habit. I know. One of these days I'm gonna quit. But yeah, I had never heard of Mad Toms until I started looking up the stone cats. And there's a guy that I follow on Fishbrain that he fishes, but he mainly is a photographer, and he likes to net fish, and he nets a lot of tiny little fish that would be really hard to catch on, you know, a hook, line, and sinker. And I had posted a couple of catches that I initially thought were a stone cat, and he was explaining to me, you know, all the different types of Mad Toms that they are, and he was thinking that it wasn't a stone cat, it was some other variant of them. But I started looking it up, and yeah, there's a bunch of different kinds of them. And they all look really, really similar. It's so tough identifying fish like that, where there's like 9 different variants of them, and they all look, you know, almost identical. They just have minute little differences that distinguish them from one another and make them into a completely different, you know, subspecies. You catch stone cat up there, or Mad Toms? The few times that I caught them, it's one of those fish that you're like, at the end of the day, you're pulling in your line and you don't think there's anything there, and there's just this little dink on the line, and you don't know how long they've been on there. I think every stone cat I've caught was one of them. They're just so tight, you don't even feel them bite. Outfish says I caught them one after another Friday night. Right on. Huh. How big do they get there? I think, well, I was looking it up here, I want to say the it's something ridiculous. It's like 5.5 inches or something like that. The last one that I posted on Fish Brain, I think, was almost a state record. Oh, oh, did he get off? Yes. That one felt decent. I think that might have been a little bass. We got this one tucked around the tree here over in a brush pile. Yeah, here, I don't know how you would even target them. The Missouri River, I catch them a lot in, or I shouldn't say a lot. The few that I've caught were out of the Missouri River or the Sun River. I've never caught them out of a lake or a pond or a reservoir. It's always out of rivers. And we're just rigging up another worm on our pole here. I feel like we're probably going to run out of worms here shortly. Need to start putting smaller chunks on here. These thieving little buttheads. Okay, that feels like a good spot. That's right where I pulled the biggest bass I pulled out of this pond is like almost exactly right where I just cast this. It's like right over the top of the deep part over there. "40 likes, guys. Thank you. Hit that thumbs up if you're enjoying the stream. God, I came outside this morning. Had to drive my girlfriend to work, and I have 2 stray cats that I've been feeding that semi-frequently live or sleep in my basement. But anyways, the male cat, he's learned this year, or he's decided this year that he is a hunter. And he's been bringing dead stuff, gifting me dead stuff all spring and summer. He started out with gophers. He would bring me gopher parts and leave them at the bottom of my stairs. And then a few days ago he brought a baby bird, and there was a nibble on this line. I just heard the bell go tink. We might have another carp coming here. Y'all keep an eye on that. But anyways, he brought me a baby dead bird 2 days ago, I think. I don't know what it was, a sparrow or something. Itty bitty little featherless pink. And then this morning he left me a baby dead bat at my back door. I had to have a long, hard conversation with him. I explained to him he was a very good hunter and I was very proud of him, but I asked him very nicely to stop bringing me dead babies. He's just so proud of himself. God, I don't know how many. I stopped counting. He brought me so many gophers. I think I was up to like 13 or 14 that he brought me. He was eating them too. He would just bring me parts of them until he left one outside for like a day and then went back the next day and scarfed it down. Cold dead gopher. Ugh. But yeah, it apparently didn't settle well with his tummy because he ralphed it back up about an hour later. And he's never brought me a dead gopher since. I think the cold dead one turned him off from it. But he's moved on now to birds and apparently bats. I don't know how the hell he caught a bat. good sized bass that just jumped at the shoreline over there. What's everyone up to? How was your weekend? Hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you guys got to go out and do some fishing. Stinking bluegill are just munching on my line hanging in the water there. Lewis Brown says, what's up? Hey, Lewis Brown, welcome to the live. Lewis says, Outfish brought me here. Right on, Lewis, and thank you, Outfish. I appreciate you. Y'all who support the channel and tell people to come in. We've been getting a good number of new followers. Every time I go live, it seems like I get a good bunch. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, bro?
Doing good.
Any luck yet?
One little carp so far and a couple of bluegill.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's the bass are starting to surface all over the place. Right along the shoreline over here, I've seen 2 or 3 surface in the last half hour. Good sized ones.
It's like, went and got a black frog.
Froggy, eh?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's all I found was top water. That's all. Then I got 2 white ones. Dude, so, went to Pelican last night.
Yeah. The pond or the river?
The pond.
Okay.
And, bro, they were fucking smashing the frogs, but I couldn't set the hooks on any of them. So I did some research.
Where did my bobber go? Oh, there it is.
Did some research and I just pulled the hooks up barely above the skin.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they were like pointing down kind of, so I don't know. I'm going to try it out.
So you just tweak the angle of them?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's been forever since I fished Pelican. I actually went there last week and caught my first black crappie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My son got a pretty cup, actually 2 now so far. Nice, dude, probably.
Yeah, the survey, that's why I went there. I've never caught a black crappie, and I know that's probably...
Did you eat it?
No,
They're supposed to be so good, bro.
They're supposed to be. Mine was, I think it was like 9 inches, so not a super big one, but the survey there, just this year they did one, and they pulled out multiple like 13 to 14 inches.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
some
bro, my kid
chunky crappie in there. Got a couple of decent largemouth as well. Bunch of little perch. Yeah, I was excited to finally catch my first black crappie.
Dude, they actually put up a good fight for how little they are.
Well, fish in this pond, I mean, a 13-inch anything's a monster. Oh, hell yeah, that's a beast.
And that's the smaller one of the 2.
That is chunky.
Yes, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I was just doing right. What I'm doing right here is
Pelican?
just bobber fishing. Yeah, there's some big fish in Pelican. And that spot on the river there looks so choice
Another
too.
Crappie.
Good size. Hell yeah, that's way bigger than what I caught.
There's the turd. That's a crappie.
That's a beast.
Yeah.
I don't think they get much bigger than that here in Montana.
It was so big.
I don't know what the record is, but that's got to be damn near it.
In my hand, I couldn't see my fingers.
Right?
Yeah, that's what you kind of look for, though. Like, see how big they are for your palm. All right, bro, I'm going to get off your channel. I'm out of here.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're
Sorry,
fine.
I'm all talkative. Oh, bro.
What's up? Yeah.
That's legit.
You can get those off Amazon. It's like 50, 60 bucks for the charge
So
top,
what?
but
That fucker probably lasts forever, huh?
they do. The 5 amp ones, I can run my camera or a phone off of it streaming for like 18 hours. Like they're,
I've never seen one that hooks the USB up. That's tight.
yeah, I have a whole bunch of like the 20,000 milliamp, like the external, the batteries. This thing outlasts them by like 2 to 3
Yeah,
times.
bro, for sure.
They're handy.
That's tight.
And it's got
It's tiny.
2 different plugs on. You got your USB-C and the USB B or A, USB-A and USB-C. So yeah, you get both different plug types. Super handy.
And it's small.
Well, no, I love them. They're
You can
excellent for
jump your car, too.
camping. What's that?
You know you can jump your car off that bitch?
No shit.
If you just take wires and go to the negative and positive and put them to your battery, it's enough to start your car.
Interesting.
So if you ever die and you have a drill battery,
Yeah.
I mean, what are the odds, right?
Right. Well, good luck, man.
Later, bro. Good luck.
Lewis Brown, sorry, I was chatting with a guy I always see at the pond here. Says he throws nothing but top water, which makes sense. I've never seen him throw anything but top water. He's always got some new top water lure he's trying out down here. Lewis says, looks nice out there. It is a really nice day. It's cooled down. It was hotter than balls all day today. It got up almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's now, low 80s, maybe high 70s even. Really, really comfy. Lake is almost glass. It's just perfect. Deals says, hey man, hope you aren't using again. Remember our promise. What the hell are you Deals? I don't know who you are or what you're talking about, but sure, whatever you say, bro. Saeed says, where are you exactly fishing? We are in central Montana in the United States. We are at a place called Largent Bend Pond. It's about 4 or 5 miles west of Vaughn, Montana. It's about a 5-6 acre pond. There's actually 3 ponds here. There's one small pond right behind where the camera is, that way. This is the medium-sized pond. This is pond number 2. This is where everybody fishes. And then about a 1/4 of a mile south from me is pond number 3. You gotta wade across the Sun River to get there. But there's tiger muskie, there's black crappie, there's largemouth bass, some chunky perch, some chunky bullhead back there. Really cool pond. I just hate wading across the dang river to get over there. Lewis Brown says some people are dumb. Yeah, I don't know. People are crazy. Lewis says, I'm in Maine, another angler. Maine. Are you inland Maine or are you coastal Maine? Do you do more ocean fishing or I guess you have brackish water there too. I've never fished brackish water. Or do you like fresh water? Owen Ooms asks, what's your PB bass? I'm not a big bass fisherman. This is one of the only places I fish for bass. My biggest largemouth I've pulled out of here was about 3 pounds. Pretty pathetic. There are some 5-6 pounders I've seen pull out of here, largemouth. I just got my new PB smallmouth a couple of weeks ago fishing on the Missouri River, probably 3 weeks ago now, and it was 2.5 pounds. So I got some work to do to get a bigger bass. I've been trying to learn more about bass fishing. I think I'm too impatient for it. Central Maine, okay. So you're inland. So you do, I would assume, mostly freshwater fishing there. Michael Swift says, bass, I like using live target artificial lures. Live target works really well. Yeah, I've never fished with live target. I contemplated getting one on my boat. One of these days, maybe. They're fairly pricey, and I still have a lot of wiring to do. I finally got a second battery set up in my boat at the end of last year. I've yet to finish the wiring to put in a trolling motor and my nav lights and stuff. It's a work in progress. I spend too much time fishing and not enough time working on my boat. Live target does look really cool though. It's like video game fishing. Oh, nice. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you're right on the edge of that. Not a big one, but decent little bass that just jumped right there. Top water's starting. Saeed says, I see, heard it has huge perches. What baits you use? We have one pole in the water here is my carp pole. We use bread balls on that one. Carp seem to really like bread balls. We've had fairly decent luck with bread for them in this particular pond. The pole that I'm holding, we just have a bobber and a split shot weight and a worm. Just pretty much the most generic basic fishing setup there is, but it's pretty universal. It'll catch basically anything that's in this pond. You probably won't catch bullheads off of it unless you're fishing in super shallow. But it'll catch the largemouth bass, the perch, the bluegill, white suckers, rainbow trout, brook trout. Michael Swiss says they're worth the money. I got 3 ton, 5 hits on one cast. That's awesome. Yeah, they look really cool. One of these days I'll get one set up on my boat. I'm fairly new to boat fishing. I've always wanted to get a boat, and I finally last year had an opportunity to pick up a pretty nice little aluminum flat bottom John boat. It's like a 16 footer for a really good deal. So I snagged it up and I've been enjoying the hell out of it. But it was pretty much just the a gutted boat. So I had to rewire everything, put electronics on it, and I'm in the process of rebuilding it. SoCal, hey, welcome to the live, SoCal. You still streaming or did you guys finish? Lewis Brown says whopper ploppers work well too. Yeah, Lewis, I've actually, I caught my first live stream I did on YouTube. I was here at this pond and I caught 2 small bass off a whopper plopper. It wasn't a whopper plopper brand, it was one of those generic, oh, I don't even know what the heck brand it is. Something off of Amazon. A Chinese knockoff of the whopper plopper. I found it on the shore at a fishing place a few miles from here. Decided to try it out. Michael says, I use them on shore fishing. You mean you use a live scope when you're fishing from the shore? How does that work? Michael says, I just cast along the tools. SoCal says, we're home. Okay. Did anything end up biting for you, or was it a skunk? I hopped out a few hours ago. I had to finish cleaning the fish and pick up the girlfriend from work, and as soon as I got home from picking her up from work, I headed down to the pond here. So we've been live hour and a half or so. Oh man, total skunk. Michael Swift says crayfish live targets work very well. Now when you say a crayfish live target, I know that there are certain, what is it, the tungsten weights show up really well on live target. I know that there's a selection of lures and stuff that show up really well on the live target, and some of them don't so well. So is that what you mean by a crayfish live target, that it's just, is it like a tungsten body or something that shows up well on the live target? Live target is a lure, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I thought you were talking about the live target that all the bass fishermen use on their boat. That's like the forward-facing sonar. Is that not what you're talking about? Trapper says like the brand. Okay, you might be right. I thought you were talking about forward-facing sonar. Lewis says, I've been out live lately in my kayak catching bass, and this morning I put one on my community post that I caught first thing. Right on. Lewis, drop a comment on any of my videos, and I will check out your community post and give you a follow. I don't know if I follow you or not, but I always forget to go check people out when my live finishes, and I can't do it while I'm live. But if you leave me a comment on one of my either community post, a short, a live, just pick something and say, hey, I live stream, I'll follow you and come check you out. SoCal says, I almost got to best some wholesale last though, kids throwing rocks in the lake, and their dad wanted to mouth off. The wife kept me from beating his face in. I see, I get on my son all the time about that. Like, I get kids just want to be kids, throwing rocks. That's what you do when you're, you know, at ponds and at lakes. I have a hard time getting them to understand that it's okay to throw rocks, but don't throw it where people are fishing. Don't throw it where I'm fishing. Don't throw it where other people are fishing. Like, certain things you would think would be common sense, but kids, I swear, I don't know at what point in time young boys develop common sense, but it definitely, my 9-year-old and most 9-year-olds don't have any. Michael Swift asks, where are you fishing at? This is Largent Bend Pond. It's about a 6-acre freshwater pond. It's central Montana, just outside of Vaughn. Lewis says, I just commented on your newest short. Okay, cool, Lewis. Did you like the short? That was one of my my new. I picked up a lure camera, a castable lure cam. I've been getting some really neat footage of pike follows and pike bites. Caught, it was either a rainbow trout or a kokanee salmon. Hard to tell. Caught a glimpse of one last week when I went and put it out. Eli Riggs, welcome to the live. Welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Says, yo, looks pretty. It is. It's a gorgeous night out tonight. We are 8:28. We have probably an hour and a half, almost 2 hours of daylight left. And right now, the temperatures are just absolutely perfect. We're chilling in like the high 70s. The sun is behind a little bit of cloud cover. The pond is just glass. It's so nice. I'm surprised it cooled down so quickly. It was hot out today. I'm pretty sure it was almost 100 degrees out here. Mary says, my oldest son is almost 20 and still, oh God. Don't tell me that, Mary. I am so looking forward to the day that oh, there my bobber it's dancing over there. Something's just swimming around with it. It hasn't pulled it under yet. One of these dang bluegill, probably. Lewis says, yeah, I like your short. Right on, Lewis. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I think out of all of the video that I've taken since I started my YouTube channel, I'm most excited about the underwater camera footage. It's been so fun, and it's just so interesting to see what's going on down there. You know, you'll go hours and hours and hours in your pole, you don't get any bites, no nothing, and then I review the footage, and man, there's all sorts of crazy crap going on down there. But if you like that video, I'll be coming out with posting a few more similar videos throughout the week, and then hopefully next week I'll get another chance to go out and get some more underwater footage. Michael says, I was creek fishing once and I worked my way through the bush and kids were sitting in the water. I wanted to fish. Trapper says, I'm in Wyoming. I like to do a lot of ice fishing. It's just too hot this time of year. I have never... Ice fishing is really, really big here in Montana. And there's a couple of, in fact, one of the local ponds is a really quality walleye fishery. But you almost never get them from the shore, but people absolutely spank it during the winter ice fishing out there. I've always wanted to try it. Excuse me. And a buddy of mine last year, I guess, started ice fishing and picked up, you know, the ice fishing tent and a whole bunch of gear. So maybe this winter I'll try it. Eli Riggs asks, just one rod. No, we have the Carp Rod, and I'm holding another one off camera here. Unfortunately, the brush, I'm fishing a brush pile over to the side of the camera here. So you don't, I'm just fishing with a bobber and a worm. So you guys can't see that. I'm not getting any action over here. I'll probably move the bobber over into the view of the cam so you guys can see it as well. Mary says, hey Lewis, glad you came in. Always here. Always happy to see, always great to see you. SoCal, 20 is the new 4. Yeah, some people just never grow up. Chevy 5-speed says, hi there, welcome to the live, Chevy. How you doing? Michael Swift says, hula popper works well too. I have a couple of those in my tackle box. I have never gotten the hang of fishing them. Seems like every topwater lure has a bit of a learning curve to getting the cadence right on it. And I don't have a whole lot of practice with a lot of them. I pull them out every once in a while and try. I'm not very good at them. Whopper plopper is one of the few that, I mean, it's, there's no real science, no real tactic to whopper plopper. You toss her out there and you pull her back in. So I'm good with whopper ploppers. I struggle with a lot of other topwater gear. I'm learning though. Chevy asks, how you doing? I am doing absolutely wonderful. We've caught 1 carp, 2 little bluegill, and it is just an absolutely gorgeous night out here. So I am not complaining. Loving life right now. How you doing, Chevy? And Mary, you are absolutely right. It is the boys. I have a couple of friends who have daughters. I mean, like the one 4 years old, and oh my lord, such good manners. She speaks so clearly. She's patient. Like you can sit down and have a conversation with her. My son's 9 years old, and it's a fight constantly. He whines, he complains, he fusses. I mean, he's a good kid. He really is. It's just, there is a drastic difference between the maturity levels of little boys and little girls. Bouncer's back. Just passing through on my way to the shower. It's been a hot day. Welcome back, Bouncer. Shower sounds nice right about now. I spent 2 hours filleting fish earlier today, so I'm pretty ripe. But I figured I was going fishing anyway, so I'd shower afterwards. Trapper says, I use white or chartreuse spinner baits. They're pretty easy to catch big bass. Just cast and retrieve along the bank. Yeah, I have, in fact, I might have with me a couple of spinners. We might, the topwater action is starting up here. I might switch to that here in a little bit and try and throw it. But I have had decent luck here with spinners. Crappie Man Jig says, hey Rod. Hey man, how you doing? I saw you went live earlier, but I was driving. I couldn't pop in there. And then when I got home, I decided to, the weather, it was getting nice and cool, so I decided I'd go live. How was your live? Bouncer says it's been flooding all around us today. Hope everyone is okay. Man, them floods are crazy that are happening everywhere. I'm glad we don't get that crap around here. Every great once in a while we get floods. But nothing devastating like it's going on right now. Ours are incredibly mild in comparison. Bouncer said the fish are biting somewhere and I'm gonna find them this Thursday. You go find them, Bouncer. And when you find them, let me know where the heck they're at. Now we've had, I had a few really slow weeks of fishing. It was getting fairly frustrating. Past 2 weekends though, I've taken the boat out to Pishkin Reservoir and been absolutely killing it on the northern pike. Tonight we sat down and I had 1 carp within the first 30 minutes of the stream, and I've caught since then a couple of little bluegill. Nothing great, but we're catching stuff at least. Crappie man. Question for you, is it crappie man or crappie man? I've always said crappie up here in Montana. Everybody calls them crappie. I hear a lot of y'all in the east and the south call them crappie. Do you cringe every time I say crappie man? I was thinking about that today. You're probably like, man, that dude, he never says my name right. Bouncer says, Glendale Lake Thursday, let everyone know. All right, Bouncer. Ooh. You taking off, Bouncer? Oh, are you on there, or are you just taunting me? Oh, there we go. Nah, it's just a bluegill playing with it. You say it right, don't change it. All right, cool. Michael Swift says, I like artificial lures because it keeps casting and reeling. I do too. Normally, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be throwing a lure. I've found, though, that it's hard to engage with the chat. I get so far behind on the chat if I'm, out here casting lures. And everybody leaves. It seems like if I'm not engaging with the chat, everybody takes off. So I tend to sit and hold the pole and bobber fish or bottom fish when I'm streaming, just so I can sit and chat with y'all. Bouncer says it's pronounced crappie. See, that's what I've always said. I hear so many people, though, in the south and the east that say crappie. And I don't know if it's one of them that just southern things, they say things differently. Like, why y'all call a shopping cart a buggy? I will never understand. It's not a buggy. It's a shopping cart. And why is... Oh, God, what was it? There was a dude that I used to work with when I did flooring installation. He was down from Tennessee. And he would drive all the guys in his van to the job sites, and we'd stop at the gas station or convenience store, and I'd be going inside to get something to drink, and he'd be like, oh, grab me a Coke, and I'd come back with a Coca-Cola. He's like, man, I didn't want that. I'm like, you said a Coke. He's like, well, I wanted a Mountain Dew. I'm like, well, why the hell do you call it a Coke? Well, where I'm from, they're all Cokes. I'm like, no, dude, Coke is Coke, soda is soda, a Mountain Dew is Mountain Dew. You want to call it something generic, it's a soda. Well, y'all in the South, I don't know sometimes. Crappy Man says, chest mount can cast and read. A chest mount for your cell phone? I'm gonna have to, I don't know, man. I haven't seen a good setup to, oh man, we are all tangled here. I haven't seen a good setup for doing that. I do need to find something though. Again, I don't mind. I mean, on a day like today, I'm just chilling. There's nothing real exciting to catch in here. I'm okay with bobber fishing and bottom fishing, but there are a lot of places that I'd like to stream with that I want to cast lures because that's what I'm gonna catch stuff with. But yeah, I guess I haven't seen. There's one streamer that I watch that does like live DJing that's got like a wrist mount that he's got his phone on, so he can it's almost like a watch. He brings it down and he can read, and that'd be cool. I don't think I've seen a chest mount or a chest strap for a phone holder. Yeah, it's like the GoPro chest strap, just has a phone holder, but you can read the screen on it too. Fishy Fingers, welcome. I didn't see you come in here. I've never drank a buggy. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. There was some shit that dude said that it was just like, man, I don't know about you sometimes. Oh, we're getting, looks like maybe some nibbles on the carp pole over there. I don't know, I'll have to look into that. I'd like to get some different options for when I'm live streaming. What I really need to work on though is the mounts for my boat. I think that's next on my agenda. SoCal says it's also almost impossible for me to see the chat when I'm on the boat. Yeah, I don't have, I haven't found anywhere yet that I can put the boat in that I get good enough signal to stream, but I'm still looking. But I don't even have good setup on my boat for my cameras. I just wear my GoPro on my chest when I'm on the boat. I need to rig up either a pole in the front of the boat or the back of the boat so I can hook up my second GoPro and be able to switch between angles. Yeah, you use the rear. Oh, okay. See, that makes sense. You use the rear camera, so you're cameraing out the one side of it, and the screen is on the. That makes sense. That makes sense. Trapper says I have one that goes on my head like a headlamp, but I've never used it. The one that I've seen a handful of fishing streamers use that I want to check out, like the chest cam is cool, but I find so much of the footage I end up when I'm catching a fish, I'm reeling in the damn camera half the time, and it like makes me nauseous to watch, and I hate even posting content like that. But I've seen a couple of guys use, it's like almost like a necklace. It's like a solid, rigid band that just hangs around your neck. So it's just up a little bit higher. So you're not looking at, somebody's hand reeling. I don't know how well. I would think that would get to be kind of a pain in the butt, swinging around. I don't know. I want to pick one up and try it out. Michael Swift says, I like hula poppers, specifically when the water is still like it is there. Yeah, this is perfect for top water. I honestly should bust out some kind of top water. If I don't catch something on this pole here in a few minutes, I probably will. Jacob Nave says, hi, welcome to the live. Jacob, how you doing? SoCal says, I use dash mount for the phone that I put on the windshield of the boat. Yeah, I don't have a windshield on my boat. I have a little phone mount that I have on the helm in my boat, but it's so low in the boat and it doesn't get a good angle. So I'm only able to see, one side of the boat or the other. That was a good bite. I missed it. I need a pole, sticking up frickin' 6-8 feet from the top of the boat so I can angle it down and see both the 2 or the 4 rods on the boat as I'm trolling. I've been thinking about too doing a central mount and getting one of them 360 cameras. I've seen a couple of channels that do that. And some of that footage is really, really neat. Some of it also, though, it also makes me nauseous. Like it's just too much. Some of it's really cool, though. One of these days, maybe I'll pick one of those up. SoCal says, I got a nice tripod, though, so that made it easier last trip. Gardner says, remember me. Yeah, hey, Gardner, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Oh, crappy man. I posted 2 shorts. Following your advice, I nixed the intro. I threw some background music on it. I stopped using my happy little elevator jingle that I've had in all my other videos. And picked a couple of songs from just the YouTube audio. They're about 30 seconds. And the first one, it did about 400 views in the first hour and kind of petered off after there. It hasn't died completely yet. I think it's up to like 600 or 700. And then I posted another one this afternoon, and in the first hour it got 500 hits. Oh, I haven't looked in a few hours. You said some, they seem to have around 1K views so far. That's not bad. As long as it doesn't plateau and die off. I know you were saying like super short clips, like 8 seconds, 15 seconds, which I understand that, like for the engagement and retention. But I'm still working towards, my 4,000 hours or whatever. And from what I understand, any watch time on shorts doesn't count towards that unless the short is at least 30 seconds in length. Just keep playing around with the first 3 seconds and see what works. Okay, yeah, those two videos, the engagement is higher than any other video that I've posted. Both of them, before I left for fishing, were sitting in high 60s engagement, which is really high for me. Most of mine, you know, it's like 20-30%, so it's double what all my other videos are doing. You said shorts don't count for that. From what I read, shorts under 30 seconds don't, but they do count. If your short is at least 30 seconds in length, it does count towards that. I could be wrong. That's just what I read, and I haven't looked at the data to see. But I'm pretty sure what I read said as long as it's at least 30 seconds in length, that they will actually count that towards your engagement or towards the monetization goals. But yeah, I'll have to keep tweaking with it. I wasn't sure, like just one catch cam or one follow cam seemed too short. So I've been piling, you know, 2-3 of them together, which gets me just over that 30-second mark. Yeah, Google it. I'm pretty sure that I read in multiple forums that as long as they're 30 seconds, it will count towards it. SoCal says, seems like most of my shorts get a bunch of views in the first couple hours and die at 6 to 800. Yeah, that's pretty much all of mine as well. I'm hoping with these underwater camera videos that I can actually get some better views though. But what Crappy Man was explaining to me yesterday, that, you know, you start off flat, they'll push, they do basically waves of pushing your videos out to people. And basically, if you survive that first wave, if you have high enough engagement, enough views, people aren't clicking away, they watch long enough, that they'll then push it out for a second. It just, so you'll have kind of like stair steps in your graph. But if you hit a point where it just plateaus, it seems like there's no resurrecting that video. Crappy Man Jig says, my other channel, I'm posting weird stuff and I'm able to get around 30K and they quit. 30K is pretty damn good, but yeah, I don't know. The algorithms are weird. I don't know what makes the difference. What gets you from, you know, that 1K to 10K, from that 10K to 100K? Like, I don't know if it's pure engagement, just, you know, people sticking around, if it's the likes, if it's the comments, if you need high click-through on your thumbnails. Randomness TV asks, what are you fishing for? Sorry, I didn't see your comment. Randomness, we have one pole out. We're fishing for common carp. We have bread balls on that one. And then I just kind of have a bullshit pole in my hand here that we have a bobber, a split shot, and a worm, which I should probably check because the bluegill are just tormenting me as usual. And yeah, what was 2 inches of worm that's what we're left with. It's just a little chunky. Crappy Man, what's your other channel? Or I guess I should tell you, go on that channel or your channel that you're on right now and leave a comment on one of my videos with a link to that channel, and I'll go follow you over there and check out your other content. But yeah, I'm trying some different things again, trying to use, I was looking for, do any of y'all know where I can find like a list of, you know, the stupid audios that everybody is using, basically the, you know, like a list of the top 10 or top 100 viral songs that people are using on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I think it's got to have an 80% swipe rate for 50K most of the time. Most years have 70. Okay, yeah, so I'm still I'm still well under that. A definite improvement. Again, high 60s, both of those were chilling at last that I looked. Which is very high for me, but they're too new. I don't know how long it takes, if it's 24 hours till you see, or you can see like the timeline of where people drop off. Like right now I can just see, you know, the engagement percent. It doesn't show me at what point in the video people are clicking away. That's one of the stats that I think gets posted after 24 hours or something like that. SoCal says ChatGPT has the list. Okay, I'll have to mess around with AI and see if I can get that list. Crappy says just swipe the feed and find the trends. Yeah, you can do that. That's pretty much what my girlfriend told me when I asked her the question last night. I'm like, no, I want a list. Because I hate like 99% of them, but I'm sure I can pick out a couple that don't make me want to drive nails into my brain. Honestly, the Jaws track would be good for one here. Yeah. That probably would be a decent audio for those. I've got, I think I have enough raw footage to put together one or two more shorts for catch cams, or follow cams, I should say. And then I think I'm gonna do one or two more in the other format that I did, where I have like the lure camera on the top and then me on the bottom, like, so you get both above water and below water views at the same time. I kind of like that format. The video didn't do very well, but I like it, so I'm gonna try and keep running with it and see if I can get a video or two like that does better. That one that I posted today though with man, that was a big pike, and he just looked so mad. He just slowly comes into view and he's just got this big, like, angry face. That one would have been a good one for the Jaws. I don't know, I think the footage that I have left that I still need to post there, it's 2 or 3 videos where the lure and the camera are just absolutely covered in weeds. Maybe the Jaws would be appropriate on that one. SoCal asks, how are you rigging that cam on the line? It's actually a lure camera, so it's completely wireless. It's Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. It comes with a bobber too that you can cast it out and it'll sit, you know, vertical in the water, and so you can see down. Like right now where I'm fishing, I could be fishing with it, but it just hooks. You're supposed to use. They recommend a 50-pound plus test line, braided line, a swivel, a clip, and then it just clips onto the end of your line. It's got you know, an eyelet on it, and then there's another clip at the bottom of it with the camera side of it, that you run your leader off of with your lure. And I've been using like a 50 or 60-pound fluorocarbon leader on the end of it. So it literally it goes right in line like you would do a flasher or a dodger. Or... Crappy Man Jake says, hell, edit it and repost it. I thought about that too, and that's another thing. Is it still loading, or can you guys hear and see me now? Hold on, I'm trying to check on my other phone. Still loading, or can you guys hear and see me now? Okay, cool. Hold on, I'm trying to check on my other phone. There we go. All right, so I figured out a trick. Every time that's happened before, I've had to stop the live and restart it. I realized that if I went in and hit the airplane mode, so basically which kills your Wi-Fi and your Bluetooth, your external connection, and then turned it back off, that it forced the stream to reconnect and I didn't have to restart the live. Amy Gillen says you're good. Have you caught anything else since I left? I don't know. I've caught one carp, 2 bluegill. So I think you were here for both of those. Or all 3 of those, I should say. Nothing else yet. We have a little over an hour till the sun goes down here, so we got a little bit longer to stream. All I do is close the app, then open it and press the plus. And oh, it'll ask you to resume? I guess it doesn't because I always X out the live instead of just closing out the app. All right. Well, if the airplane mode doesn't work, I'll have to try doing that. Because, yeah, that's why the previous streams when I've had issues, like I stop the live, I got to go back in, reset another live. So I end up having like 6 separate lives over the course of 6 hours. And I thought we were in the sweet spot today. We just dumped down from 3 bars to 2 bars. So, I don't know. I need to find some better places to stream from. Or I need to, I guess, do another survey around the pond here and find a spot that's got more consistent coverage. Restarting lives isn't a bad thing. First 30 minutes gets pushed. You're absolutely right with that. I've noticed that I do get a ton of traffic. They push your live out to a bunch of people, just like the shorts, your videos. They do that initial push to see, you know, how people are reacting to it. It just drives me crazy because I'll have, like right now, I mean, I got 3 people in here. When it crapped out, I think I had, it was, you know, 15 or 20. It kills. Everybody leaves. Some people come back. A lot of people come back. I just feel like I lose a lot of people every time I got to restart it. But yeah, so I think I was talking to you, Crappy Man. And I think you probably didn't hear anything. I didn't realize my audio had crapped out. So will you take the same footage and try and make 2-3 videos out of it just to test and see how one does versus another? I've tried not reusing a lot of the content that I have, though. I guess the underwater camera footage, I really should keep regurgitating it until I find something that YouTube likes. All it'd take is one nice viral video and all the stats would be up and I'd get monetized and and I think you're right. I think the catch camera, that genre of clips on YouTube could do well if I can figure it out. This channel is a teaching channel, so I do a lot of talking with overlaying old content. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I caught you saying in one of your recent lives that you've been tying for like 6 months. Has it really only been that long that you've been doing it? I don't know, the few lives that I've watched of yours while you're doing it, you seem like you're super confident in it. It's like, you know, muscle memory at this point. I figured you'd been doing it for years. Use the same 7-pound bass catch and probably 10 shorts. All right. All right, well, I guess I won't be shy about repurposing content. Oh, that's what I was asking about, the remix feature on YouTube. Do you ever use that? Like, I don't, from what I understand, like other people can take your content and basically tweak it and repost it, or you can take your own content and repost it. Do you use that, like, or do you just flat out take the raw content and post a new video? Yeah, tying, but I've done plastic for 7 years. Okay. Seems like a fun hobby. It looks like you've turned into a little business as well, which is nice. You give it permission, trust me, your underwater videos will be stole. Yeah, I'm sure they'll end up in compilations here or there. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people that do underwater footage, but the stuff that's up there, a lot of them videos, 2, 3, 4 million views. I guess I should start watching more of them and see what those people are doing and just try and replicate it. I'd honestly like to also, put a post on my community page or something and just ask if anybody wants to take a crack at editing some of those. See what other people would do with it. Again, I'm so new to the video editing. Like, I've worked in, in IT and technology for decades now, but I've never really done anything on the creative, the visual side. I'm more of an analytical person. I started out in development and moved into infrastructure and security, and that's mainly what I do now is security related work. But I suck with making things pretty. It's been fun though. It's just such a learning curve to it. Crappy Man says, I do love to edit. I've had fun with it. I've said it a few times on my live. My 9-year-old son is kind of my creative director. He sits next to me, and if I can get a laugh out of him, and well, I figure if it makes him laugh, it makes me laugh. Maybe we're getting somewhere. And that's pretty much what I've gone with so far. So my videos are kind of silly, goofy. I mean, there's so much fishing content out there, people trying to teach stuff, and there's lots of subgenres of fishing. I try not to do something that everybody else does. SoCal says, channel called Tactical Bass and has some cool underwater footage. That channel sounds really familiar. I might have seen some of their content. I'll have to look that up when I get home. Austin Regimball, welcome to the live. Any luck? Yeah, we had one small carp and we've had a couple of little bluegill. Nothing too big. There's not a whole lot of big fish in this pond. We're just dinking around, killing some time. Enjoying the last few hours of freedom here on the weekend. Amy says, I like to watch the person fishing, then do a shot of the fish underwater, taking the bait, and then an angler fighting the fish. Yeah, see, that's kind of what I was doing with the one video that I posted. It starts out with the underwater camera, the lure going, the fish biting, struggling for a moment. I didn't have my GoPro on, so I had to turn my GoPro on, and then, 10 seconds in, it cuts to, a second portion of the screen with me above water reeling while you can still see the underwater, so you see both of them at the same time. Steve Rogers from Bass Fishing Life has some really good ones too. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to check out more videos in that genre, and see what is working for them. Because the hardest part is getting the underwater footage. Once you have it, it shouldn't be that hard to put something together that that people will click on and YouTube will recommend. I mean, hell, it's big, toothy pike chasing a lure. What's not to love about it? Will you just take the damn thing? Oh, these bluegill. I wish I could find a bait that bluegill don't like. The damn things eat anything, though. Austin says, I hate the bluegill in that pond. Me too, Austin. These bluegill are a pain in the butt. They're so small and their mouths are just so itty bitty that unless you're using a micro hook, 9 times out of 10 you're just gonna, you know, miss the hook set, and at least half those times they're gonna get your worm. So you basically, I spend the whole time feeding these guys. Austin, do you just hate the bluegill in this pond from watching my stream, or do you actually fish here? Pablo H said hi. Hey Pablo, welcome to the live. Papa Meatball. Love the name, Papa Meatball. Cheers all, stay lifted. Thanks, Papa Meatball, you as well. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday evening. Crappie Man says, whoa, you have no hashtags on your shirts. So the description is AI generated garbage. I use vidIQ and just let it create a bunch of crap in there. Hashtags I've been back and forth on. Some of them I've put a whole bunch of hashtags in, and I keep reading that YouTube has changed their algorithm a bunch over the years, and that right now hashtags are almost irrelevant. Am I uploading from my phone? No, I upload from my laptop. I upload the raw content, I leave it unlisted, and then I go into vidIQ, and vidIQ helps me generate a title and then the description. And I've been just kind of letting it do its thing, and pretty much all of it's garbage. But yeah, I was doing, I use the hashtags in, like when you post a video in the subsection, you click like more options and then it brings up a section with hashtags. I fill that to the brim with hashtags, but I don't really use hashtags in my title or in the description. On shorts, so shorts it doesn't matter, long form it does. Send it to Google Drive and just use fishing and shorts from your phone. In the title or in the description or either. Bouncer is back for the 9th time this stream, I think. Welcome back, Bouncer. Doing his bouncy thing. Shower complete. Either one, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if you've heard of vidIQ. It's one of the AI softwares. It helps you generate title, thumbnails, description. You can do keyword research, a bunch of random stuff with it. But yeah, so that's what I've used so far for generating title and tags and stuff like that. And it's been moderately helpful. But again, so much of what it generates is so generic and cookie cutter, it's not real interesting. You used it when you first started, okay. Yeah, I think the most useful or interesting thing that I've used it for is like, so you can use it to watch competitors. And like I have SoCal I have listed, Crappy Man Jigs, I have your channel listed, I have Outfish Ontario, I have Skipjack Cindy, I have, 8 or 10 different streamers that are all in, this same genre. And it allows you to see, you know, how many videos people are posting, how many subs they're getting a day, how many views they're getting. And like, there have been a handful, like Outfish had a really, really good week 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. And I was looking at it trying to figure out what he did, because his subscribe shot up, you know, like 2,000%, and you know, like the stats just went crazy for a few days, and then it calmed down again. So I've been looking at it, just, you know, the analytics of it, to try and see what other people are doing and what things that they're doing, how it's impacting, you know, their growth. It's been interesting for that, but the rest of it's kind of crap. But so I should, on my shorts, I should just always use hashtag fishing, hashtag shorts. Bouncer says it's subjective to what you like or what you're accustomed to. I love tricking people into watching. I'm always having fun. See, I've kind of gone through the gambit. The first few videos that I posted, I was posting super clickbaity titles, lots of, you know, gaudy, blown up text on my thumbnails, and I've kind of gone through the gambit of different things, trying to see if I could get anything to stick. And thus far, I haven't figured out anything that works. Crappy, I had a feeling you were. The way that you were talking and describing things, I think your brain works a lot like mine does. It'd be interesting to sit down and chat with you and go into a more in-depth conversation and see kind of what you're doing that's working. I think so many people that are like me, you know, starting out, we just no idea what the hell we're doing, and you're just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping something frickin' sticks. But if I could understand the analytics of it, if I could understand, you know, how the algorithm works, you know, I can do that. I can replicate what other people are doing, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do now, you know, with vidIQ and with a lot of the other streamers that I'm following and hanging out with, just kind of studying what they're doing and what's working for them and what's not. SoCal says, I'm sure all of those watch the analysis of mine has to be the shittiest by far. SoCal, you've been doing pretty good. It seems, and again, even though the people that do good, it's like it's all up and down. Nobody's like on that I've watched so far is like on a complete upward trajectory. There's one channel that I follow that has been kind of a rocket ship and shows no signs of sitting down. But I don't think he does lives. He's just been doing shorts. Right now I've got 5K views on a turtle video in the past 5 minutes. That's crazy. And honestly, some of my best content has been just the garbage clips that I pulled out from, you know, the last couple of years of the random critters at the pond. You know, a baby otter, baby snakes, baby turtles, baby bats. And they've done moderately well, but nothing like 5K in 5 minutes. Make a mention of might be removed soon or watch before it's removed. It really works on my special channel. What did I miss, Bouncer? Bouncer, I'm missing some context on what you're saying there. Make a mention of might be removed soon or watch before it's removed. It really works. Yeah. I am not entirely opposed to the clickbaity shit. I see so many, the big channels, that's all they frickin' do. You know, like I watch, when I'm not fishing, I'm into politics. I'm a politics nerd, which I don't like to discuss on stream or get into any of that. But so much of that genre, it's all clickbaity garbage, and they all get so many subs, so many views. They make bank off of it, but like the whole genre, I mean, I guess that's news in general. But yeah, so I tried a little bit of that Like I have a couple of videos where there was this cute little baby bat. It was like 100 degrees out last year and I was at this pond. In fact, I was fishing in the same spot. And this little baby bat swooped down out of the tree or out of the bushes and like kept crawling towards me. And I have a couple of shorts with it in there, and it's like Montana man attacked by baby rabid bat, or some stupid shit like that. The video did terrible. It didn't go anywhere. But I've tried stuff like that. I mean, it didn't attack me. I didn't get bit. It didn't have rabies. Like, Crappy Man says it's just brain rot to start my other channel, honestly. Now, I've thought about that too, making a secondary channel just to try more garbage on, so I'm not polluting my main channel with it. Maybe that's what I should do, and it sounds like maybe that's what y'all have as your kind of fuck off channels that you post nonsense to try out. I have other channels, I see the possibility of it being removed. People find it easy now. Yeah, that's like, I think honestly, like probably the easiest to monetize genre, in my opinion, that I've seen on YouTube so far is the how do you monetize videos on YouTube. Like the whole noobs teaching noobs how to YouTube. Every one of those damn videos, people are like, do these simple 5 steps to get 1 million views. And it's like this person's a brand new channel. They've never had 1 million views on anything. And it's just all ridiculous garbage. But they all eventually, they do well. They all just feed on each other's garbage. Amy says we can't see the fishing poles. There's one over here, and I will hold this one over here. This one I'm just holding. There's a bobber. In fact, let me move my bobber. Nothing's biting on it. I might as well put it somewhere you guys can see it, so you can see nothing's biting on it. Keep you guys in the loop here. Feel like you're part of the experience. Oh, and I just cast that right over my other line. Good job. Of all the places I could have cast it. Oh, good God, and I didn't go over it, I went right on it. Look at that. You see what you made me do, Amy? This is your fault. I'm blaming you. All right. Snug this guy back up. All right, there's my line. We'll go right out there. There we go. You guys see the bobber? Kind of? Yeah. Bobber is right. I can't. Right there. Oh, there's all sorts of critters in here, Amy. I don't know if you saw, it might have been one of the muskrats. There's a muskrat den like 20 feet from where I'm sitting. Crappy Man Jig says, right, LOL, then they try and sell you a $500 course. Exactly, and it's all just garbage. It's the noobs teaching the noobs, and none of them have any idea what the hell they're doing. But that whole genre just blows up because there are so many people trying to make it on YouTube. Bouncer says different devices also help if you have access to multiple locations. You mean to manipulate the views? Bouncer? Is that what you're getting at? Ooh, there we go. Holy crap, is that the smallest fish I've ever caught in my life? Is he still on there? Oh, I did it! It's a freaking, wait a second. Nope, I lied. I thought it was a golden shiner for a second there. This is the smallest bass I've ever caught in my life. I need to clip this. Somebody clip this and make a Brutus video out of it. Oh god. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, get out of there. This damn hook is as big as the bass is. There we go. Look at that, guys. I'm a bass fisherman. You jealous? Huh? I'm gonna put her back. Hold on. This definitely needs a fish brain post. This is impressive, guys. We're gonna get it with the sunset here. It's gonna be glorious. Wait. I gotta lip it. There we go. There. We'll include the live. Y'all can be in my fish brain post. If it'll focus. There we go. Alright, little guy. Bouncer, okay, time to indulge in something cold and loaded with alcohol. That honestly sounds really good right now. I'm usually not much of a drinker, but every once in a while, God, it sounds so good. Crappy Man Jigs, I've watched so many YouTube growth videos, probably 500 hours. Yeah, I've been really diving into that genre, and it's so much garbage. Got a bite, let's see. Amy, do not laugh at my bass. That's rude. That was a monster. Bouncer says no to keep certain business channels hidden from jerks and other unmentionables. It's called the 2016 method, possibly. Okay. Crappy Man Jig says it's a toad, right? That thing was freaking, I don't know, man. I don't know how I was able to get that out of the water by myself. Nose hook it and use it for bait. SoCal, I do not want to lose my fishing license over something stupid. And here in Montana, using game fish as bait is a serious infraction. I've heard of them making examples out of people here. They'll take all your fishing gear, they'll take the truck you drove to the fishing spot with. If you're in a boat, they'll take your boat. Yeah, no, there's a short list of species that we're allowed to use for bait here, for cut bait. In my fishing district, Central Fishing District in Montana, live bait, period, is not allowed. In eastern Montana, you can, but again, there's like 10 different species that can be used, and it's all non-game fish species. Outfish says, put you in the local newspaper, right? That was newspaper worthy. Seriously, that is the tiniest bass I've ever caught in my life. I thought we have little itty bitty fish in here called golden shiners. And there's one guy that I fish with here sometimes that I met off a Fish Brain, Brian 406. He fly fishes here and he's managed to pull like 2 or 3 of them little dinks out of here. And I just want one so I can cross golden shiner off my species list. And I've never been able to catch one. They're so tiny. I mean, they're about the size of that bass.
Oh.
Michael says same as in California, big offense. Yeah, you'll get in trouble here for that. You just missed my monster bass, man.
Yeah, how big
That
was
thing
it?
was fucking huge. He was about yay big.
Oh, piss, bro. I caught one on a plopper about the size of my plopper the other day.
Yeah. No, he was a pinky bass.
That's funny.
The smallest one I never caught one that small. I mean, I'm using a freaking 2/0 bait hook.
I got that little guy over in the corner.
Oh, see, yeah, mine was about the size of his mouth. In fact, here, I think I took a picture of it. He's huge.
Yeah, I caught one last night at Pelican on a white. Fuck, I lost 2 ploppers last night.
Man, you lose all sorts of freaking tackle. Photos.
Oh, dang, bro, he's cute. That's fucking funny.
No, I got all excited.
On that hook?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a golden shiner. I got excited. I was like, yay, I finally caught a golden shiner. Michael Swift's the smallest bass I've ever seen. Right. Now, I've seen dinks like that swimming in the water, but I never thought I would catch. I mean, that's a pretty big hook for that little guy. Outfish says, here we can use bass. We can only use 2 sucker species and chubs and emerald shiners. Yeah, they won't let us use bass. White suckers allowed here. They allow lake chubs, creek chubs, a few different versions of shiners. They will let you use pieces and parts of perch, trout, and pike, but only non-edible portions. But yeah, they're super strict here with that crap. Hey guys, it's one of them things you don't want to mess around with, because not only are the fines and penalties stiff for it, but they can take away your hunting and fishing privileges for multiple years, even on a first offense. Michael says you should use a hula popper. I don't think I have my topwater box in my tackle right now. I went fishing on Friday and moved it back to my boat. So I have very limited tackle with me right now. Amy says we can use bluegill, minnows, crawdads. Yeah, bluegill's completely off the table here. Why, I do not know. They're in every damn water body around here, and they're perfect bait size. Crawdads is what I find in the belly of everything. Somebody teach me how the hell to rig up a crawdad. How do you rig them? I have tried so many times fishing with crawdads, because that's one of the few live baits you can use around here in my fishing district. And every damn fish I open up, in every water body except for one, their bellies are absolutely full of craw. And I have no idea how to hook them up. Every time I've tried bottom fishing with them, it seems like, I'm pretty sure if I had my underwater camera, I would see them crawl under the nearest rock and the fish never see them. I've tried suspending them, like off a bobber. Yeah, I'm having some nibbles here. I'm waiting for something that feels worthy of jerking my pull back. John Edwards says, I went magnet fishing and caught steelheads. Outfish says, no bluegills here. I think it's to help protect the big fish. It seems weird to me here. Like, all these, like, this pond is absolutely infested with bluegill, and they don't get to be longer than, 3-4 inches. But you can't use crawfish. Yeah, see, that's the one thing. They allow you to use crawfish, crawdads we call them here, or reptiles or amphibians. You ever heard of somebody fishing with a frickin' lizard or a salamander? Rubber band around the body of the crawdad, slide a hook under the rubber. That's a really good idea. The bottom, or do you suspend them? Vertex, what do you recommend when you have skunk for 3 days in a row? Well, the first thing I would ask is, are you sure you're fishing in a water body that has fish? I know that seems like a dumb question, but there are a lot of stagnant, dead water bodies. It may have fish in it one year, but then you have a rough winter, there's a winter kill, water quality can decrease in the water body and kill off fish. So are you sure that there's actually fish where you're fishing? Oh, you've been fishing all over the place and nothing. You just hook it through the tail with the hook coming out the top. See, I've rigged it like that, Amy. Like this weekend, my son caught a giant one. And I think I hooked it too close to the main body. Like after 15 minutes, I pulled it up and it was pretty much dead. I think I hit something important. So like, are you rigging it like further out on the tail, like towards the tip of the tail? I hooked it basically like right where the tail meets the body, and I was suspending it on a Johnson minnow spoon. And another thing, do you pull off the claws or do you leave the claws on there? The one time that I fished with one that I had a really good bite, I'm pretty sure the craw was fought off the fish that was trying to eat it. I thought about maybe pulling the claws off. You just took it through the train. Vertex says, trying different baits, buzz, chatter, spinner, Senko. I haven't used a swim bait, maybe that's the key. Vertex, have you tried just going back to the basics? Like what I'm doing right now. This is kind of the universal fishing method. When you can't get anything to bite, I usually switch to this. It's just an inline bobber, a split shot below the bobber, a 12-inch, 16-inch fluorocarbon leader, a hook and a worm. I mean, I know it's the most simple, basic thing, but when you're in a rut like that, switch to just the basics. Almost any species will bite off a worm. And suspending a bait, a couple feet from the surface is usually a pretty good tactic. Unless you're fishing for something that's, always on the bottom, like a bullhead or something like that. You can get bites on almost any species with a bobber. Outfish asked if you used live bait. Yeah, if you can use live bait, that's the best option. I mean, live bait, I think 9 times out of 10 is going to outperform any lure that you're throwing. But if you're in an area like I am, I'm restricted. I can't use live fish bait. So you gotta use artificial or stick with worms and stuff like that. Amy says yes, towards the tip of the tail. Okay. Either one works, I take them off. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that, because I literally, everything eats craw. And they're just bellies full of them. So I would think it would make a really good bait if I could figure out how to rig the damn thing. But the rubber band method, that does sound nice, and through the tip of the tail, I think is better than whatever I did. I punctured something important because he keeled over quite quickly. Find the rubber band thing works for me best. Okay, Vertex, you use Fishbrain. Fishbrain is a really good tool to use to find local spots. Another good thing you could try is, again, go to those places that are close on Fishbrain. Even if you fish there and you've been skunked, find somebody else fishing there that's catching stuff. Don't be afraid to ask other fishermen what they're using. Sometimes you'll run into a dink that, you know, they don't want to share. A lot of fishermen, you know, are real closed mouth about the secrets, you know. And I'm the opposite, man. I tell anybody and everybody that wants to listen where I'm catching stuff, how I'm catching stuff. There ain't nothing that I'm doing that's proprietary that nobody's done before. And I like helping people, and a lot of people are like me, you know, when it comes to fishing. Holler to the dude down the shore that's pulling stuff in and ask him what he's using. But Outfish's recommendation to use live bait is a really good one. If you can use live bait there, if it's legal, do it. Go get some minnows, go get a minnow trap, and that's even better. If you can get a minnow trap and throw it in and catch, you know, the local minnows that are in that water body, you know that the bigger fish are eating them there. Oh, don't be shy. I know the feeling. I was like that. Ooh, that was a good bite. Shit. Of course I missed it. That felt nice. I probably have no worm anymore. I don't know about there, but we go in a creek and catch crawdads and minnows, and then every time it rains, I'll catch night crawlers. Yeah, see, I normally fish with crawlers if I'm purposefully going out to catch walleye. A lot of the walleye around here love leeches for whatever reason. They don't bite real well on worms, but they bite really, really well on leeches. So I'll use worms or leeches. Leeches are just kind of a pain in the butt. They're expensive, and they're kind of finicky. They're not super hard to keep alive, but they don't stay alive well in the container that they come in. You got to get like a little fish tank or constantly change the water out in them. But worms or leeches usually work really good here. Honestly, I want to start raising some leeches so I don't have to keep buying them. It's like freaking $5 for a dozen leeches. I don't like hooking them on the hook. Everybody says that. I don't mind them. It takes, I mean, a good 30 seconds to a minute of letting them bite on you before they can even break the skin. So it's not like they're gonna eat you. They work really well though for walleye, and I'd imagine they work really well for a lot of other species. They just normally don't throw down $5 for a dozen bait if I'm not fishing for walleye. Though I do have a container of them sitting in my fridge that's gonna go bad if I don't do something with them here fairly quickly. I should have brought them down here today. Shiners are $20 a dozen here. Half due, half die before you get to the lake. Yeah, because I can't use live bait here, I rarely ever go and buy minnows. I did recently though get a nice little bait trap that seems to work pretty well. When I get to a fishing spot, I'll, you know, tie it up and mark it and leave my name and stuff on it and leave it there for an hour or two and then come back to it. And usually I've caught all sorts of stuff in it. What baits do you recommend for summertime bass, since all these YouTubers are somewhat brainwashed with good baits? Bass are, in my experience now, I'm not a big bass fisherman. I've caught quite a few bass out of this pond and other water bodies around here. I never really target them, and I've never been really good at them. Normally they're bycatches, but from my experience, bass are a lot like a pike. They're an apex predator that will eat almost anything you put in front of them. If they're hungry or if you can irritate them enough, they'll bite it. In this particular pond, I've caught it off of, you know, wacky worms, Carolina rigs, Texas rigs, creature baits. I've caught it off spinner baits. I've caught it off of topwater, you know, whopper plopper. I've caught them off of, I mean, pretty much anything in my tackle box. At one point in time or another, I've had bass bite on it. So what is, you know, oh, that was a good bite. I need to shut up and fish. What is a good summertime bait? I really couldn't tell you, but if one thing isn't working, just keep switching it up and check FishBrain. Are you just a free FishBrain member, or do you pay for the membership? Because if you pay for the membership, you can see on particular water bodies what the popular baits are, what people are catching stuff with. Yeah, SoCal is much more of a bass. A lot of the people in this chat right now are much more versed on bass fishing than I am. I'll let them take that question for you. Outfish says I nail them on spinners or cranks. Yeah, see, cranks are kind of my go-to for any kind of predatory fish. This particular pond, it's hard to fish cranks in because it's so damn shallow and weedy, though. Outfish catches them on minnow, shrimp, and worm, too. Yeah, they're like I said, it's pretty much anything in my tackle box at one point in time or another, I've caught a bass off of it. The problem is I then take that same lure that I caught a bass on, you know, last week or last year, and I could throw it all damn day and I'll never get another bite on it, which that doesn't make any sense to me. Bass are kind of an enigma to me. I haven't yet figured them out. I've got a pretty good handle on a few different species of fish, but bass is one that I'm still learning. Tech says, good thing it was $1 spinner bait from Walmart. Yeah, no, I used to rag on people that, like my buddy, he was constantly ordering all his fishing gear from Temu. You know, them spend $10 and get 3,000 pieces set. It's like, man, that is all garbage. And I go out fishing with him and we start comparing, you know, his 18-cent lure versus my $18 lure. And it's like, man, these both look like they were made at the same plant and freaking mine just got painted slightly differently. It's all the same shit, man. Go out, spend your money on the cheap stuff. You don't need to get... If it works, it works, and that's absolutely right. I had a buddy of mine when I was a kid that I used to go fishing with, and he refused to use any lure bought from the store. His favorite, he would take Coke bottle tops, or like beer bottle tops, and fold them in half and make little, they're almost like a spoon out of them. And he caught the hell out of fish with it. Michael Swift says, what time is it there? It's 9:49. We have probably 20 minutes left before darkness sets in. And the skeeters are starting to come out, which let me grab my bug spray here. I'm already itching the bites on my hand. Oh, please tell me you're still in my bag. Yes. Oh. That would get me my ankles. I'm wearing frickin' Crocs and no socks. They're eating my ankles alive.
Cody, right?
Casey.
Casey.
My brother's name's Cody.
Your last name? What's your last name?
DeVoe.
DeVoe? Nice.
You might know my brother's name's Cody Hodges.
So Casey.
Yeah. What was your name again?
Eddie.
Eddie.
Fucking need to go get a long sleeve shirt and some bug spray.
I got some bug spray in my bag if you want some. I just sprayed myself down.
Damn. So you know how the ploppers get tangled up sometimes?
Yeah.
So I threw over by the dock in front of the cattails when I was walking over here, a little plopper 60.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like hung up on the tail and it was like fishing. Dude, I fucking hooked a big bass and it was all fucked up.
Yeah.
It came out of the water, the head was like this big.
Huh.
It only stayed on for like 2 jerks.
No, I've always I fish crankbaits a lot when I'm northern pike fishing, and I fish with a leader, and you get one of the hooks hooked on the crank, and it does a swirly thing on top of the water.
Do it too, or you'll hook the swivel
in
the eye of the swivel.
Now, I've never managed to catch, like actually land something, but I've had quite a few topwater strikes at it doing its weird swirly thing across the top of the water.
Hell yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna go get a headlamp, and I just had one hit. Dude, I fished frog all the way over there.
Yeah.
And then plopper, and I hit that little one over here, hit one over here. I want to bring a rake, bro, and just get all that shit out of there.
Right.
So I can plop all that. But again, it's fun to frog, but fucking setting that frog hook is hard, bro.
I've never caught anything. I have one. I've fished it a couple of times. I've never caught anything off of it.
My PB is on a frog.
Is it?
Yeah, I showed you that one, didn't I? The one
I think
caught out here?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that one was a hog, bro.
A couple of weeks ago, I think you showed me that.
4 pounds, I'm thinking.
There's some nice ones in here. I think the biggest, I'd have to look it up on Fish Brain, but I think it was a little under 3 pounds. Decent bass. I mean, it really was.
Biggest one out of here then.
I've seen a 6-pounder.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was actually right from this spot.
I'm on it. That's where I caught a big one. I caught a big one right here too.
So there's a deep spot right, probably 10 foot.
Of this bed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's deep, and then there's a sandbar, and then there's like a fucking hole.
Yeah, so my biggest one came out of here. The 6-pounder came out of the same exact spot, and then I saw somebody pull, it was about a 5-pounder off the main dock here, casting towards that tree out there, which again is where another deep spot starts and goes towards the corner of that island.
I gotta get more line. My shit. Ding!
Oh man.
I probably only got about maybe 150 feet on there. 100 feet.
Oh. Some catfish like hot dogs. Yeah, hot dogs, I've caught quite a few catfish off of. Also, white sucker actually are hit on hot dogs quite commonly. I've caught a few carp off of hot dogs as well. Vertex, my only flex in fishing is I caught a muskie. I'm jealous, man. I had a tiger muskie on the line last year, right up next to the boat, about a 30-incher. And damn thing spit the hook while I was trying to get him in my Barbie net. I didn't have a proper landing net. And that's the closest I've been to landing a muskie. There's the third pond here. It's about a quarter a mile over that way. Has tiger muskie in it, 40+ inchers. Nobody ever fishes it because it's just a giant pain in the butt to get over there. You gotta wade through the Sun River and walk through a whole bunch of tree brush and crap, and it's always really buggy back there. But I've been trying to figure out a way. I get like 1 bar of signal back there. I want to figure out how I can get a strong enough signal to stream back there. I would love to catch a tiger muskie on stream for you guys. Fishy Fingers says, hey, you're back on. Yeah, it was just a momentary blip. I was able to turn the airplane mode on my phone and turn it back off, and it restarted the live without me having to stop and start it. Michael says, don't get the spray on your hands, the fish don't like it. Yeah. Z Graves, bass are dumb, end of story, catch them with anything. See, that's kind of been my my mantra. They're like a pike. They'll freaking eat anything. You just gotta get it in. I think the key to catching bass is getting the damn bait in front of them. If you can figure out where they are, throw anything at them and you'll catch it. Maybe not the bigger one. The bigger bass, I think I've seen most everything, and they're probably trickier, but just bass in general are. SoCal says they say muskies that fish at 10,000 casts. Yeah, to me, I mean, muskie they're of the same family or closely related to a pike. I can't imagine they're that much different behavior-wise than a northern pike. And pike are not a hard fish to catch. Again, it's all about getting your lure in front of them. Lake Cumberland here in Kentucky have muskie. I've only caught them trolling and pulling lures behind the boat. Amy, that's for pike fishing. That's what I like to do is troll for them. I've caught tons of pike, you know, casting crankbaits and stuff at them, but I tend to have way better luck when I troll. Ever caught a snook bass on steroids? No, we don't have snook around here. Is that a freshwater fish? I thought that was a saltwater fish. Yeah, there's another pond, or reservoir, I should say. It's called a lake, but it's actually a reservoir. About an hour and a half east of me, that has trophy-sized tiger muskies in it. They pull 1 or 2 50-plus inchers out of there every year. And I try and hit it up a few times a year. It's a bit of a drive to get there. But I've not had great luck. The one that I did get next to the boat was trolling, but a lot of the people that catch them there, they go park their boat in the frickin' weeds and they throw the monster, you know, swim baits and glide baits, and something's biting on my pole here. Maybe we can get one more fish before the stream's over. SoCal says I've been skunked my last 3 trips out. I'm thinking I need to stop using my go-to baits and try something completely different. SoCal, sometimes, that's what I'm saying is, like, just go back to the complete basics. Throw in a frickin' bobber and a worm, you know, just to get the skunk out. Or, again, just a completely different tactic than what you're using. But for you, SoCal, I think a lot of what's impacting you, it's just that hot-ass weather, man. You are going through an enormous heat wave there, and that kills the bite. You need to be like going frickin', you know, salmon fishing or something. Finding, you know, the 40, 50, 60-foot deep spots in your local lakes and fishing deep. Living for the outdoors. What's up? Gained a bunch more subs since I've been here last. Did I? Yeah, I've been getting a few. Every time I go live, I get a decent number of subs. You were at 92 subs the last time. Okay, yeah, I had a couple of really good streams. I think I had one day where I got. Ooh, I don't know if that was a bite or the bats are out. The bell just slightly jingled. But yeah, I'm up. I don't even know how many. I think when I left for fishing, I was at like 260, 266. And I've been streaming for a few hours here. So I don't know how many subs I've gained today streaming. Vertex says, I hate people that make their lures their personality, you know. It's tough, man. When you fish and you find something that works, it's hard to lay it down when you know you've caught so many on it. But sometimes you just have to. That's like there was one bait that every water body I fished it in last year, a bandit white shallow diving crankbait, pearl white with red eyes. I caught pike everywhere I went. Not just a few. I would just catch them one after another after another. I've thrown that same lure this year at all of those same places. You know, the same retrieve, the same everything. And I've caught like 2 pike off of it. You know, and last year, I couldn't keep them off my damn pole. And it's hard to put that lure down, you know, because I know what wonderful luck I've had with it. But sometimes you just gotta put it away and try something different. Living for outdoors, you're at 288. Okay, that's not bad. 66 to 88. What is that, 22? It's not wonderful, but that's nothing to shake a stick at. I'm happy with that. SoCal, I think it's because I'm so focused on breaking a lake record lately. Yeah, SoCal, you know, it's one of those things that when you try so hard, sometimes if you stop trying so hard, things just come. Just remember you're out there having fun and enjoy yourself and forget about the records. The records will come. Fish can smell cigarettes too, they don't like that either. Yeah, you're probably right, Michael. I've got so many bass in my donkey that I keep going back to it no matter what. Yeah. Now, there are certain rigs for me in certain water bodies that I do the same thing, and sometimes it pays off, other times it doesn't. You'll waste, you know, hours throwing something and they don't want it. Fish are weird, man. They're picky. They go from loving something to they want nothing to do with it. But we're at 10:02 here. Maybe I'll hang out here for a little bit longer. We're losing light here and my camera is doing some weird focus stuff. It can't figure out where it wants to focus. I think it's because I'm losing the light. But I'll hang out here a little bit longer. Probably another 15 minutes or so, and then we're going to pack it in. But as usual, I appreciate y'all coming to hang out with me. We caught a few fish today at least. And it's always fun hanging out and chatting with you guys and learning about, you know, how fishing is, where you're at, what you're fishing for, how you're fishing for them. But I appreciate you coming to hang out and chat, and y'all hitting the like and the subscribe. That's cool. Definitely helps the channel grow. Find a way to make fishing fun again. It'll help you shake off the funk. And that is great advice, Amy, and it's important. Just you got to remember that you're out there having fun. If you get out there and you're fishing and you're mad and it stops being fun, you take a deep breath and reevaluate your situation. What are you doing, man? If it ain't fun, stop doing what you're doing. Michael Swift, I'm going to have to look that up. Again, I was really confused when you were talking about that before. I thought you were talking about live target, like the forward-facing sonar, but somebody corrected me and said that you're talking about a lure brand. But yeah, I'll have to check it out. My poor camera can't decide where to focus. SoCal says I need to get out on the boat alone so I can focus on fishing and not babysitting my dad. That is actually a really good point. And I have the same issue when I take my son out fishing. He's into it some days, other days he's not. Some days he's into it for a little bit, other days, you know, he'll last a little bit longer. But I tell him the same thing that I just said. You know, we're out here to have fun. If we're not having fun, why are we out here? Like, so I'm trying to get him to be a little bit more patient and enjoy the time outside. But for you, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. You with your dad out there, it's like having a child. It's something that's taking your attention away from the fishing and a cause of various levels of irritation and frustration. And I know it's nice having somebody on the boat to fish with, but when it comes down to them being irritating or, you know, putting you in a funky mood, then leave them at home next time. Yeah. Outfish says getting dark quickly. Yeah, once that sun goes behind the horizon back there, let me switch it back, you can kind of see over there. It has just fully dipped below the horizon. We still have a little bit of light on the horizon over there, but yeah, we rapidly lose light over here. Yeah, I have SoCal, and like it's a tough spot for you, you know? I mean, like you just said, that's the man who taught you how to fish and taught you how to do a lot of other things, and he's at a point in his life now where, you know, the mental faculties and stuff are failing, and it's hard to leave him at home. You know, you want to spend that time with him, but it also sucks if it, you know, ruins the the whole vibe of the fishing trip. So it's, I mean, it's like with my son. I try to, you know, invite him and take him out at least every once in a while, but I also, there are a lot of times where I try and find a sitter, you know, somebody to watch him so I can get out there and just relax and focus on fishing. Not dealing with the constant tantrums and arguing and... Yeah, we got, I think, about 10 more minutes and I'm probably going to wrap the live up. I'm still getting lots of nibbles on this pole here. It's all just bluegill and just babies, dinks. Got the other guy over here, Eddie, I think he said his name was. That man works this pond when he's here. He does laps around it. Cast, 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 move. Cast, 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 move. I can't do that, man. That's too much work. Every once in a while I'll play that game when I come here, but man, it's just not super enjoyable. Hunting Man 567 says hi. Welcome to the live, Hunting Man. How you doing? We're just wrapping things up here. We've caught a few fish. Daylight is rapidly fleeting. We got a few more minutes before we pack her in. Maybe we'll get one last fish here. I'm gonna check my bait here. We'll toss this guy out one more time. Yeah, we still got a worm on here. Give her one last plop in the water. See if we can get a fish. Amy says you can go fishing alone a time or two and then take him out. Yeah, you just gotta break it up. I mean, especially if it's getting to the point where it's that frustrating every time you take him out. Take a break from him. You know, you can take a trip out 1 or 2 times without him. He'll be fine. And then once you've got out of the funk and you're feeling better, you got your groove back on, bring him back out so he can have some fun too. Because I mean, it goes both ways, you know. That's like me when I take my son. I know I get frustrated and I'm not happy, and I know that when I'm frustrated and not happy, he's feeling the same way, you know. And it's hard to remember that sometimes. I got to remind myself. And I think that'd probably be good for you, SoCal, too. Just remember, when you're getting grumpy and frustrated, he probably is too. He broke 2 of your rods last night. Yeah, I know. That is frustrating, but it is what it is, man. He's your dad, and you got a little bit of time left with him, so try and enjoy it. A rod can be replaced. You only get one dad.
Motion detected in the side yard.
And nobody's saying it's easy, SoCal. We know it's frustrating, it's tough. We are all imperfect creatures, so do the best you can. But just remember why you're out there, man. Remind yourself you're there to have fun. Take a deep breath, smoke a spliff, do what you need to do. I may sneak out a day or two this week with the boat. I want to. I have so much vacation time banked up at work. My problem is it's not just like, okay, I'm going to take the boat out today and you can just take the boat out. Montana, central Montana is one of the windiest damn places on the planet. And wind really dictates when I can put the boat in the water. If I had a bigger boat, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But I'm running a little flat bottom, 16-foot aluminum John boat. Man, the wind is that thing around like a redheaded stepchild. And it gets sketchy. And I don't swim well, so. When it starts getting, white caps on the lake and my anchor stops keeping me in one spot, and I pack her in. And so many of the places that I like to fish are, it's an hour and a half plus drive to get to the places. I don't like bringing my boat, driving an hour and a half somewhere to fish for a half day. Like when I put my boat in the water, I like to fish a marathon session. That's like Friday when I went out. I left my house at 4:30 a.m., got the boat in the water by 6:30 a.m., and I fished until 9:30 p.m. So that was, 15 hours? And I'd do that shit every day if I could. So Cal says, I have an 18-foot boat, an anchor for 45-foot boat, and the wind blows me off anchor every time. Yeah, I've always had that problem with my John boat. I don't know if I'm using like I'd have to look at it. I want to say it's either a 15 or a 20-pound anchor. And then I have about 8 foot of heavy chain before I tie the rope to it. So it's got some weight to it, but it's not, it's a rounded anchor. So the four fins that stick off of it are, blunted, so they don't hang on stuff real well. It's not one of the anchors that's got the spikes on. I think maybe I'm just running the wrong type of anchor. I think it's a river anchor and it doesn't do as well in windy lakes. Maybe you ought to look into the same thing. There's so many different types of anchors, and they all kind of work better in different water types. Amy says we have to fish next to a boat ramp for a few hours. Michael asks, what's the limit for bass there? 5, I believe, in most of the water bodies here in central Montana. But I've never kept a bass. I don't eat them. The only fish that I really care to eat are northern pike and catfish. Walleye every once in a while, but I don't catch walleye very often. Yeah, see, that's the problem you run into, SoCal, is you either you get an anchor that keeps you anchored most of the time but doesn't get stuck, or you get a different anchor that keeps you stuck and sometimes you can't get it back. I think I'd rather have an anchor that doesn't get stuck as well and not have to replace my anchor. I've heard bass are really good eating. We don't have a whole lot of big bass around this area, and like this particular water body that I'm fishing in, I wouldn't. There's no way I would keep them. 50 yards on this side of the pond is a sewage lagoon. I'm in a fairly rural area, and a lot of places out here don't have city water, city sewer. They use septic tanks and lagoons. So there's basically a big pond full of human excrement over on the other side of this pond that I guarantee leaches into here. And I don't know about you, but having fecal impregnated fish for dinner does not sound like the most tasty thing on the menu. You've lost 3 anchors this year? Good God, man. Sounds like you and I are in the same boat. You need to save up and get yourself an electric trolling motor with spot lock. That's what I need. It's not that I need to save up for it. I just need to quit fishing for a couple of weeks and finish wiring my damn boat. Got the battery and stuff. I just need to get all the wiring set up for it. Super snaggy. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. I've worried a couple of times. There have been a couple of times I put my anchor down that I was like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna get it back. Thankfully, I've been able to retrieve it every time. But I'd be pretty miffed if I'd lost 3 freaking anchors, man. That's some bullshit. I really want spot lock. Michael Swift says longer chain maybe. Yeah, and that's something that I learned recently. I was watching some documentary about, the huge sea-going ships, and the captain was basically saying that the anchor on the end of the line is not nearly as important as the chain that hangs off of it. That most of your stay power on the huge like ocean going vessels is from the weight of the chain itself. Basically your anchor is just a means to get your heavy ass chain down to the bottom, which was kind of surprised me. I mean, it makes sense. You have a ton of weight from the chains connected. I guess I never realized that is your primary mechanism to stop. And that's something I could do too, because again, I think I have about 8 foot of heavy duty chain on the end of my anchor. And I guess I could add another chunk of it rather than trying to switch to a different anchor. Outfish says I need spot lock too, so we're all in the same boat here. We're all running boats with no fancy. Do you at least have a trolling motor, or do you see? Because I don't even have a trolling motor. I troll with my damn 75 horsepower 1984 jet motor. Good old Johnson Evinrude. It works, but I know that it would definitely be a hell of a lot easier, and a lot of the days that I'd be out there if I had a legit trolling motor and spot lock. And the new ones are so nice. You can program in routes, you can program them to follow contours, so you're always at a constant depth. They're fairly expensive, but again, that's not what's keeping me. I need to finish wiring my boat so I can hook the damn thing up. Got some good money coming my way from a legal matter. I'm not 100% using some to buy a trolling motor with spot. Yeah, man, you only live once. If as long as you ain't starving, save up. Spoil yourself a little. I mean, especially for guys like us who, I mean, it's not just a hobby, it's a passion. Like, I've always been of the mentality to, if you're gonna do something and you need a tool to do it, if it's gonna make your life that much easier to buy the tool, buy the tool. You know, don't kill yourself doing something, you know, harder than it has to be. Spend the money, get the tool, and especially for stuff like fishing, you'll use it every time you're out. It's not like it's something you're gonna buy money on and then regret later because you never use. You'll use it every time you're out. Oh, you're trolling. Good God, SoCal, you are on a streak there, my man. Losing anchors, breaking poles, losing lures. You need a reset there, my man. You have a Johnson 130 on your boat. It's not as fast as you would think for a 130. Do you run prop or jet? See, because mine's a 75 horsepower, but that's what it's rated as when it's a prop motor. At some point in time, somewhere throughout its life, somebody dropped the prop on it and changed it over to a jet, and they say you're running at like, what is it, like 75% efficiency or something like that when you run jet instead of prop. So my 75 horses is, you know, more like 50 horse. Also had one of the bunks on the trailer tore off. That's right, you mentioned that too. How the hell did you tear your bunk off? I've had some shit luck with my trailer. I would go toe to toe with you on. Last year, good God, man, I pulled out a Pishkin reservoir and made it a mile down the road and hit a fucking pothole. And the the passenger side rear wheel on the trailer shot up like 3 feet off the ground. I hit it just right and it came smashing back down on the ground, busted the spring, and started dragging across the dirt road. Fucked the axle all up, broke the spring. I had to call a tow truck out to a reservoir that's 20 miles out on a dirt road. Cost me like $900 to have my damn boat towed back into town. Fixed that out. Then this year, I took it out. First time out this year. Blew one of the seals on the wheel bearing. So spewed out all of my grease on the way to the fishing hole, and ended up having to replace the whole goddamn wheel assembly because it burnt up on the way home. Yeah, the jets do use quite a bit more fuel. I do though. That's one of the first things I did on my boat is I upgraded my tank. So it came with like a 3-gallon tank when I bought it, and I put a 12-gallon tank on it. It's way oversized for my little John boat, but that 12 gallons. So I started like this Friday. I trolled almost all day long from 6:30 in the morning till 9:30 at night, and I still had a quarter of a tank left, you know. So I used about 9 gallons of fuel over 15 hours. So it's enough that one tank will get me all day long trolling, which is perfect. You know, when I go camping, I just bring multiple, you know, 5.5-gallon jugs of fuel. But yeah, definitely it uses a crap ton of fuel. But when that's all you got, you use what you got. I'm out there trolling and fishing and catching fish. It'd be nice to have, you know, the fancy stuff that everybody else is driving around with, and one of these days I'll get it. But until then, you make do with what you got. Honestly, it's I love it. I see guys out there that are running, you know, same water body as I am, running their $50,000, $75,000 bass boats. They got all the, you know, live target, forward-facing sonar, all the, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars of gear, and they're out there getting skunked while I'm pulling fish out left and right. You know, so the tools can help, but they don't make or break you. You can always find a way to adapt and and do without. Crash Tester says, great username. Thank you. I get mixed reactions from my username. Y'all have been through the struggle when you created your YouTube account. You know how hard it is to come up with a frickin' channel name that isn't taken. I spent hours brainstorming back and forth with my girlfriend, trying everything we could think of. And I finally threw one out there that was, you know, tongue-in-cheek, a little cringe, but it made me laugh. And, well, it wasn't taken, so it stuck. Sorry it's dark, guys. I pulled the poles out of the water. We're out of light here. I'm headed back to the truck. It has been a good stream. We caught a few fish. We didn't get skunkled, which is always nice. Nice way to wind down Sunday evenings. I think, honestly, this might be a regular thing from me moving forward. If I'm not out, if I don't end up taking the boat out on Sundays, I'm gonna try and do a live stream every Sunday afternoon or evening. Seems like a good time. There's a lot of people chilling at home. And I've had pretty good activity in the channels for the last couple of Sundays that I've streamed. Last Sunday was insane. It was either last Sunday or the Sunday before. That was the day that I had almost 100 subscribers in one stream. Or one day of streaming, I should say. But as usual, guys, I appreciate y'all that come and hang out, chat, and bullshit with me while I pull in monsters over here. And if any of y'all are in Montana, I've had a few people join from my stream that are in Montana. If you're in Montana, let me know. And if you guys want to fish, holler. I'm always down to fish with other people. And I'd love to find somebody that I can stream with as well. I know we have a few YouTubers that are in this area. And hell, one of these days, I'd love to set up something with some of you guys that are over here on the West Coast. Maybe we can do a meetup somewhere and do some fishing. Oh, I can't see anything. Y'all can't. Crash Tester says, one of my favorite names I made for hunting game user was like I like big bucks and I can't lie. Yeah, that's a good one, Crash Tester. I like your name too. Crash Tester's good. SoCal, I'm always down for a split live. Yeah, we should do that sometime, SoCal. I know you had mentioned that you tried doing it with the old ball and chain, and you couldn't get two. It wouldn't let you stream or connect when both devices were at the same location. That seems weird. I don't know why they would do that. But yeah, there's so many of us that we should start doing that. You know, Skipjack Cindy, Crappy Man, you SoCal, Outfish, Thunderstruck. A lot of us, you know, we end up streaming at the same time, and like you all are bigger streamers than I am. You have way more audience. But I just know that, like, for example, when Skipjack and Outfish and Cindy are all live, like, I get just a trickle of people in my rooms because they're all in, you know, the bigger streamers' lives. We could probably do something like that where, you know, we team up, and instead of everybody fighting for the audience, we could split screen it. Too much feedback. Oh, on the audio? Michael Swift, take care. Please try live fish. Michael, appreciate you stopping by the live. Yes, I will definitely. I'll try out the live target fishing lures. You've got that like burned into my brain now. Yeah, so I'll hit you up one of these days. We definitely should try that out. It's worth a shot, man. I mean, even if it doesn't work out, no harm, no foul. audio had a really bad chirp. Yeah, so that's like when you have, you know, one person on speak. Basically, one of the audios needs to. One of you guys needs to be wearing headphones. You could probably still make it work. Like if one of you guys has AirPods, you know, or like in-ear headphones, you could probably fix the audio feedback issue if one of you guys was wearing headphones and one wasn't. Yeah, so I've done tons of streaming in my life. Not fishing streaming, not YouTube, but I've lived in front of a computer since I was old enough to use one. So I've spent years in chat rooms and video chatting, and that's a really common problem. So when you're talking to somebody, and you're both on camera and you're both on open mic, you get a feedback from each other. One person has to be wearing some kind of, you know, headphone, so their audio isn't feeding back into the same device. But yeah, that'll probably fix it, man. Michael, no, nothing to apologize for. That's with the way my brain works these days. When it does work, it requires repetition for me to remember things. So you saying live target lures 1,000 times will actually help me remember it. So no, you've done nothing wrong, man. Yeah, try it, SoCal. I have a strong suspicion that that's probably what the issue is. If that's what was stopping you guys from doing it was, you know, a feedback loop or chirp, which is essentially a feedback loop, one of you guys just put in earbuds. Or simply frickin' mute one of the lives so you're not getting audio from both of them. But I'd put in earbuds. Tell your wife to put in earbuds if she's not fishing and she's just manning the live. Tried the mute thing, no help. Okay. Mary, you're still in here? Shit. Outfish too? Y'all are coming along for the drive home? Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate the company. It's really cool to see how friendly all y'all fishing YouTubers are. And how much everybody supports each other. I really like it. Ooh. I got my my phone mount for my truck in the mail yesterday. I need to come out here and frickin' wash my dingy windshield off so I can get the damn thing to stick to it. But outfish, get some rest, man. Have a good day at work tomorrow. And Mary, you've been here the whole stream. Thanks for hanging out. You get some rest as well. I will holler at y'all. I'm sure I'll see you around in one of the lives tomorrow. Michael Swift, I wanted to pass on good intel. Hey, Michael, I appreciate it. Fishing is always about learning. I mean, life in general is always about learning. So if somebody could turn me on to a good lure, a new setup, I'm all about it. And you can never have enough tackle. Like we all know that. Mary says I just sit lurking and crocheting half the time. Catch y'all around. Well, I hope you had a good crocheting session. Hope you made something cool. SoCal says I may be out tomorrow catfishing. Maybe on the boat if I can sneak out. Alright, man. Well, I work tomorrow, but again, I work from home, and my happy ass is sat in front of a computer the whole time while I'm working, so I usually have YouTube open. YouTube or Netflix, sometimes both. I do need to do some more video editing too, but yeah, if you're on live, I'll hop in and say hi. Hopefully you have better luck tomorrow, man. Michael says, safe journey home, my friend. Thank you. We're just a few miles out. This pond is basically in my backyard, so we'll be there in like 2 minutes. If I'm fishing, I'm on live. And see, I'm jealous of y'all that have frickin' internet connections at your honey holes there. This pond is one of the only places so far that I've found that I get 3 bars of signal, and even then, again, it crapped out once tonight. It plops down to 2. That and the Helena spot that I fished last week had decent service. I don't know. I just need to keep trying different places. Eventually, I'll find some decent spots that have signal. That or I'll break down and buy a frickin' Starlink Mini. Seriously, contemplating it. I wish Starlink would come out with they advertise on their website that they're coming out with a cellular, basically a sat phone that runs off of Starlink. So you don't need the dish anymore. Whenever the hell they come out with that, I'm buying one. That will be the solution to all my streaming problems, I think. Yeah, Cali still has dead areas, but you're not, like, everywhere here is rural. I mean, even in the damn town, like Great Falls, the closest big city I live next to, you drive through the city and you go from 1 bar to 5 bars, you know, it's all over the damn place. And being in a, you know, a mountainous area, hilly area doesn't help either. Which I think is half the problem I run into. There are cell towers in quite a few of the places, but oftentimes your rivers and lakes and streams are, you know, down in valleys. So you're going to where the cell signal is at its worst. Something they may collaborate with T-Mobile. Huh. Yeah, no, I just the other day after I watched the Fishy Things interview, the guy that he was talking to was saying that he hooked up Starlink Mini on his little kayak. I looked it up just for the hell of it to see what the monthly cost was at it, and I started reading around on the website, and they were advertising, you know, the SatLink cell phone service is coming. They're supposed to be starting to launch the satellites to support it sometime this year, and they said that they expected to have enough of them in orbit by sometime in 2026 to start selling plans. Michael Swift asks, how big is the town you live in? So where I live is Vaughn, Montana, and it's a suburb of Great Falls, and there's it's less than 1,000 population. It's just a dink. If you blink, you'll miss it when you drive past it on the highway. But Great Falls, which is about a 15-minute drive from here, has got, within Great Falls and the surrounding area, about 80,000 people. It's the second or third largest metropolitan area in Montana. We don't really have big cities here in Montana. It's all very rural. SoCal says most of our lakes are in urban areas, so service is generally good. Yeah, see, that's cool. That's nice. That definitely makes it nice when you're trying to stream. I struggle. I mean, I get 5 bars sitting in my driveway here at home, but I don't have a fishing pond in my yard. Same here in Inyo County, Independence, less than 1,000. Okay, so you know where I'm coming from. But yeah, we don't really have, I mean, you drive 15 miles is Great Falls, but then for, you know, I mean, 50 miles in any direction, there's basically nothing. I joke with people all the time when they ask me where I'm from, and I tell them, you know, there's more cows than people here in Montana. Everybody thinks that I'm, you know, that I'm not serious. Like, haha, oh, that's funny. I'm like, no, man, like, literally, there's more cows than people in the state of Montana. It's one of the largest states in the United States, and it's like the 49th, you know, most populated. Hunting Man 567, welcome back. How you doing? We're done fishing. We're just BSing for a few here before I shut the stream off. Any luck while you were gone? No, we just did the one carp and two. Wait, I lied. One carp, two bluegill, and a huge bass. And by huge I mean about 3 inches. It felt like a monster though, I swear. That is fun because it's true. It's no, there's I mean, farming is the industry here in Montana. Farming and travel. But yeah, so we have tons of beef farms, milk farms, and everybody and their brother has a pet cow. So there's lots of cows here. Not very many people. World record smallest bass. I have been catching some like super ultra micro dinks lately. Like I don't know what it is. I've been catching some decent fish alongside it, but I'm not used to catching such tiny fish. Like that bass, I have no idea how I managed to hook that thing. It was as big as the hook was. You farm, is that your tractor? Yeah, I bought a tractor this year. I don't farm. I've got 3 acres between the 2 parcels here that I own. And I've been mowing it since I bought this place 3 years ago with a push line trimmer, like a brush trimmer. Like you've probably seen ads for them. They're like the DR trimmer. It's basically like a weed eater with wheels that has a cutting radius of like 24 inches. And I've been religiously mowing the multiple acres of land here 24 inches at a pass. It takes me like a solid week of 3 to 4 hours a day to mow my damn lawn. And it was driving me crazy. So I bought a tractor, and I still haven't hooked it up. I bought a flail mower, fancy ass ditch mower that is 5 foot in radius to drag behind my tractor to mow my lawn. I just have not got around. I need to hook up 2 more hydraulic ports on the back of the tractor for the flail mower, because it requires a whole bunch of hydraulic ports because it shifts side to side, it angles up and down. But yeah, so I upgraded so I don't have to spend a week mowing my lawn every 3 weeks. But I also bought it because I want to do some landscaping here. We have ground squirrels or gophers that are around here, and they tear there's holes everywhere. And then I had a skunk den in my yard last year, and some other big critter keeps digging giant holes in my yard. So I bought a rototiller and some attachments for the tractor so I can level out my damn yard and not break my ankle or hip trying to walk around. Yeah, it's just a toy, really. But like I said, I buy tools to help me make my life easier. And that, combined with that, should hopefully save me a week of strenuous labor at least once every month. So it could be a mole. We have all sorts of rodents and mammals here that dig dens. I suspect that there might be another skunk family that's digging. I think it's a badger, though. A badger or might even be a porcupine. I think porcupines dig dens, too. Yeah, so Cal, I tilled out a garden for my mom last year. I own the house next door over that way, and set up a garden for her over there. Cause she loves to garden. She grows veggies and all sorts of stuff. She's having some surgeries and stuff this year though, so they didn't get the garden planted. There's like 6-foot thistles in the garden right now. But yeah, one of these years, once I get the house sorted out and the lawn leveled back out, I'd love to set up a garden. I have a well on the property, so I can use that to water. And one of these days, I have a to-do list that would take me a couple of years to finish if I stopped fishing. That's my problem is once it turns nice out here, we have such a rough winter that as soon as the weather starts getting nice, I don't want to do anything but fish. And that's the same time of the year where I should be getting shit done in the yard and the house. And how deep is the well there? That's a good question. I think it's a fairly shallow well. I didn't get water rights with the property, so I assume it's a shallow well. Because I don't think you can dig a well without water rights here. If it's a deep well, my guess would be it's probably 100 foot or less. I haven't actually ever fired it up. The people who own the house before me said that it worked, and I know that the people that own the house before them used it constantly. When I bought this house, it had been unlived in for the better part of 5 years, and kids had broken in and busted all kinds of windows, and the roof was falling off, and so I basically gutted it. I took out all the wiring, all the plumbing. I had to redig and replace the, rusting and collapsing cast iron sewer lines. So I'm slowly putting it all back together. But when I tore out the wiring and rewired the house, I have not yet wired the well pump back in, so I don't know if it works or not. I know an Idaho farmer there, they said their well is 1,800 feet down. Some people have to dig pretty deep for water. I'm fairly close to the Sun River and the Missouri River here in Vaughn, Montana. So our water table, I don't think is down that far. My guess would be is 100, maybe 200 foot max. And I'm sure that's probably where water's hitting. A jack of all trades. Yeah, I am constantly learning how to do new things, and I'm not afraid to do stuff or try stuff that I've never done before. My whole life I've kind of been hands-on with things, and I love to learn and experiment, and so yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I taught myself how to, wire the entire house. I had never really done plumbing before. I am now pretty much an expert plumber. I'm in the process. I'm going to be replacing all the windows in the house here sometime this year, hopefully. All the siding's coming out. I've gutted all the drywall out, so I learned how to do drywall and mudding. And years and years ago, I worked, doing flooring installation, so I know how to do floors. When I was in college, I worked on a painting crew, so I know how to paint. I do all my own mechanic stuff. I mean, you can, as long as you have critical thinking skills and don't mind, doing research and learning, you can teach yourself how to do damn near anything. These days with YouTube and guides and tutorials on everything, nothing's a secret anymore, I mean, you don't have to go to trade school for years to learn how to do stuff. You can sit down and teach yourself how to do almost anything. And sure, the way that prices are on things these days, I mean, it costs you a fortune hiring people to do stuff. And what I've found is that you hire people and spend all that money to get experts to come in and do stuff, and they half-ass everything. So it's cheaper, and you get a better quality result when you do shit yourself. there are certain things that I bring people in to do. Like, again, I had foundation issues with this house, and I had to have helical piers put in, which requires specialized equipment and engineering and something like that. I paid somebody to come in and do. You know, it doesn't make sense for me to buy $50,000 worth of equipment or more, you know, to do something like that when you can hire somebody to come in and do it for, you know, the same price. You can do everything but electricity. I know enough about electricity to know not to screw with it. See, SoCal, that's how I was before I bought this house. I've dinked around, you know, a little bit with electrical in the past. Electrical scares the crap out of me. It still does. I when I was a little kid, I was stupid. I was like 3 or 4 years old, and I got a hold of somebody's set of car keys, and I had watched, you know, people, my mom, my grandma, my grandpa, my dad drive a vehicle, and I knew that the key went in a hole and you turn it, and my genius ass was sitting underneath, I think it was a kitchen or living room table, and I had car keys, and I stuck the damn car key in an outlet and zapped the crap out of myself. And ever since then, I have been, you know, afraid of electricity. But when the necessity arose, I mean, I would have, if I had to call somebody in fact, I had a couple of people quoted, it would have cost me $30,000 to $40,000 plus materials to have somebody come and rewire my house. I spent $5,000 in materials and 3 months rewiring it myself. It took me 3 months of research and reading before, you know, I started on it, but you know, I was able to do it well, and do it for a fraction of the cost. And it's not hard. I mean, it's just one of those things you gotta read, you gotta research, you gotta understand the code and why the codes exist, what's safe, what's not, and it's not hard. Like most things in life, it takes a little bit of reading, a little bit of research. Michael, yeah, they're all about churning through work. And that's just it. Is, you know, a lot of them, they could do quality work. They know what the hell they're doing, but there's so much competition these days that they don't make any money unless they're, you know, churning through jobs. They got to do job after job after job after job to keep, you know, their income coming in. And they don't want to take the time to do things right, to cut corners. They're just all about getting the job done and getting the paycheck so they can move on to the next one. And that ain't how I do shit. And then if I'm paying somebody to do something for me, I don't want them to do it like that. I want them to do it like I would do it. Take your time, do it right. You know, future-proof things. One of your good friends is an electrical contractor, so you call him to do work on your house. See, I wish I had that. You know, I did have a buddy of mine that does flooring installation. He's hooked up with a lot of guys that do the other trades. And like, he had a plumber buddy come over and give me a few pointers when I was initially laying out how I wanted to replumb the house. So basically, you know, I was able to bounce some stuff off him, a sanity check to make sure what I was planning on doing was kosher. So that was nice. But yeah, I don't have any, you know, sparky friends. What I really wish I knew was somebody who was a structural engineer. That's one friend I need to make. It'd make my life so much more easier. There's so many things with this house that, because it's an older house and it had foundation issues, like there are certain things, like me reinforcing things that I think I'm doing right, that I just wish I knew a structural engineer that I could be like, am I doing this right? But that's part of, that's the game you play when you're not hiring professionals to come in and do things for you. But anyways, guys, it is now almost 11 p.m. here. We are not even fishing anymore. I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Y'all are awesome that come and hang out with me. I appreciate it. I will, SoCal, if you go live tomorrow, I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll come try to stop by and hang out with you for a bit. But we're going to go ahead and end the live here. Thanks for stopping by. We'll try sometime throughout the next week. I'll try and pop in a day or two and fish and stream for you guys somewhere. I really want to find a new place to stream for you guys, though. We've been fishing that pond to death. I think maybe we'll keep that as our Sunday spot, but I don't want to keep dragging you guys back to the same pond. Nobody is gonna enjoy watching me catch 3-inch bass. But anyways, I hope y'all had a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the rest of your night. Good luck at work tomorrow if y'all have it. Good luck fishing tomorrow if y'all are going. But anyways, I am gonna head out here. Do me a favor, if y'all have not yet checked out my channel, hop in and check out the couple of shorts that I posted today of the catch cams and follow cams. Really cool content. If you could give it a thumbs up, give them a like. I'm trying to really push those shorts and get YouTube to pick them up, because I really think that content could do well. They're cool videos. I just need some people to get in there and like and comment them to get the algorithm to pick it up and start passing them on to people. Maybe throw them on and let them repeat for 10 minutes or something. Help me out. Try and push those shorts for me. If not, no biggie, but if y'all want to help me out, I think that's how you can do it. And I'm gonna try. I have one or two more shorts worth of those that I'm gonna try and get out in the next couple of days. There was later in the fishing session on Friday, I took too sharp of a turn, and the lure camera and the bait dropped and got just absolutely covered in weeds. So there was about 2 hours worth of footage where they were just draped in cabbage. And I got some of the coolest shots. You would not believe how many damn fish follow your lure when it's covered in weeds. I always thought my lure was dead the moment that weeds covered it. This video will show you that is absolutely not the case. Not only was it having fish follow it, but they were biting at it. In fact, I caught my first footage of 2 big pike following the lure at the same time. And it was, I think it was just something, it stuck out to them. You know, the camera and the lure were just covered in weeds, and they wanted it. They chased the crap out of it. They were biting at it. So I'm going to get that one out in the next couple of days. But anyways, I'm going to quit gabbing here. Y'all have a great night. We're kicking off here. Tight lines, all. Thanks for stopping by.